Welcome to a very special edition of the Three Down Nation podcast. I'm J.C.Abbott, joined today by Ben Grant for live coverage of the 2026 CFL Canadian Draft. Ben, this is one of my favorite days of the year. I've likened it to Christmas. I'll do it again right now. How do you feel about today?
Yeah, it is like Christmas. We spend a lot of time watching these athletes, and generally following the game anyway. But it all comes down to today. These kids have been working their whole lives to get into this situation, and yeah, it's exciting to see where they're going to end up. And it's always a bit of a mystery too, because as much time as we spend on this, we have some ideas as to what's going to happen over the first couple rounds, but it never goes exactly the way that you think it will. At some point, probably pick one. Someone will get chosen and will be like, okay, let's reset what we were thinking. Let's go through what the thought process was there. Why did this athlete go in round one? Why didn't this guy go at all in the first round? So it's always a bit of a mystery. It's always fun. I'm excited, and I'm glad to be here with you to be able to go through all these picks tonight.
There are always surprises, as you mentioned, Ben, but there may be more this year because it's such an incredibly deep draft class. That's what we keep hearing from scouts, from coaches in the league. There is a depth of talent that we have not seen in recent years, and certainly at certain positions like offensive line, far more top-end talent than what we're used to seeing. Every year we come on here and say it's a great draft class. There's lots of guys who are going to contribute to your football team. This year, maybe more than most. What's your overall sense of the draft class?
Yeah, it's strong. And I think that speaks to the level of football being played by Canadians right now. I think it's been increasing really over the last few years. Like I remember a decade ago, more than that even, you'd end up sometimes with drafts where you would just never see anybody after the first few picks. They didn't have much hope. And it just hasn't been like that the last few years. It's reflected in the number of Canadians that are playing NCAA football, the Canadians that are being drafted into the NFL. And that complicates, that's a whole different conversation, but that complicates this draft too. And we've got, guys that were drafted, guys that have signed UDFA contracts, guys at mini camps. That makes it a little bit, makes the waters a little bit muddier. But that's part of the fun that we've got on draft night. And I think, this draft, like you talked about the strength, I think what I see when I look at my own draft board and sort of look top to bottom, I see legitimate starters, legitimate starters going well into this draft instead of just the first round where you're hoping a guy's going to hit. There are guys that you're going to be picking in the third and fourth round that you're maybe they even have a shot at starting this year. And so that is really exciting.
And there are guys that are going to slip into the later rounds, 6, 7, 8, who are going to come in and contribute to your football team on special teams and have the developmental potential to become much more down the line. I really do think it is the deepest draft class that I have seen in my short time doing this. And there's a lot of scouts who have been around for a lot longer than me who have said it's about as deep as it's ever been. Before we get to the draft itself and the Ottawa Redblacks on the clock, Ben, there are people out there who are going to say, well, what are these two guys even talking about? How could they possibly have the information that they're professing to have on these broadcasts and make any legitimate assessment about these players that most fans haven't heard of to this stage? Can you take us behind the scenes to your process in terms of what it looks like getting yourself prepared for this broadcast and how much analysis and film study goes into grading these prospects and learning about them as people?
Well, first of all, to your first point, anyone that questions what we're talking about has a fair A fair leg to stand on. I think that's always a fair question. So, but in terms of this draft, we put I think we both have a similar process, you and I, but it starts back in the fall. We try and watch as much youth sports football as we can. It's a lot easier now. Not so much, I wish there were more games on TV. That I will always push for. But it is much easier now to get a hold of stuff. Like you can subscribe to these packages and be able to watch multiple games and even watch them on demand too. That made it so much easier. So I could sit back on a Sunday, for example, and whip through like 5 or 6 games, just make some notes, write down a few guys that, hey, this guy's a senior. I'm going to keep my eye on him and see how he progresses. Some guys will stand out in one game and then disappear. And then for me, once we get into January, that's when I'd start trying to I first try to cut it down to about 200 guys. Because if I can do that, then I feel like it's pretty rare someone's going to come out of nowhere from beyond that. And after that, we've got film to watch, combine data, and then I go back and rewatch film, look at the first notes that I took, and say, okay, now that I've seen everybody, because sometimes, and I'm sure you found this too, sometimes your scale will change a little bit. The first guy you watch, you have all these notes, but you're really hard on him, and then by the time you get to the eighth or ninth guy, you've maybe eased up your standards a little bit. And so it's always good to go back and cross reference it. I like to go back again in reverse order from the way I started, and I like to stick to positional groups one at a time. So for me, that is my process. Then we get the combine data. Then we get to sort of filter it out, look at team needs. It's a lot of work that goes into it. I know I do put hundreds of hours into this every year. I know you probably put even more into it too. So we do know this topic very well. And that said, we have no idea who's going to go in round one because, like you said off the top, it's always a mystery. We have thoughts, but who knows?
And that's the nuance of it. Just like you, I put in hundreds of hours of film study and statistical analysis. I've seen a bunch of these guys live, either playing actual football games or down at the College Gridiron Showcase in Texas, at the CFL Combine. I've had the chance to interview, upwards of 20 of them, really get a sense of who they are as people. But when it comes down to draft day, you never know what's going to happen, what other teams are going to see in certain guys, what information they may have that we don't have and that other teams may not have. And that's going to dramatically alter the draft board. I believe the Ottawa Redblacks are already on the clock at pick number 1. It's an inauspicious honor given to the team that finishes dead last in the CFL last season, but it comes with the benefit of getting your pick of the litter in the CFL draft. Ben, Ottawa has some needs across their football team. We know they're rebuilding. Where do you see them going with this selection?
This is a tough call because I do think, Ottawa, when you look at how they've constructed their roster, they've got some very clear positions: safety, weak side linebacker, 3 offensive linemen, receiver. They're very strong, but it's sort of, all at that Z spot. Those positions look great. It would be great if they could find another area. It's always nice as a CFL team to have 8 positional groups that are 8 positions that you feel you could go Canadian if you need to. And so for them, I would actually look for them not to necessarily boost up one of their existing Canadian positions, but rather maybe go somewhere else. And I know I've got a guy in Malcolm Bell at the top of my board. I haven't seen him the top of anyone else's board, but he's a corner that I absolutely love. I'm sure we'll have a chance to talk about him at some point. But me personally, I'm going to say this for almost everyone in this first round until he goes, I would take Malcolm Bell. It's a great situation for Ottawa because they suddenly would have some more options when it comes to dressing Canadian players.
There is the debate internally with all these teams, especially in the first round. Do you go positional need or do you go best player available? And I think there are nuances to this discussion. If you ignore need entirely, you run the risk of not having what you need on a football team, right? Positions where you're just stark and struggling. So you do have to fill those voids. But time and time again, we see teams that go too far for positional need and reach in the CFL draft, end up with busts or mistakes or not maximizing their value when we tend to look back on these drafts in years to come. we look at the picks that weren't necessarily need picks, that were best player available, as the ones that are steals. I think of Jackson Findlay last year to the BC Lions. They already had a starting free safety, a all-star caliber guy in Christophe Beaulieu. Why would they go out and trade up to get Jackson Findlay? Well, the value was too good at that spot. Christophe Beaulieu goes down last year. Jackson Findlay ends up starting at the end of the season, has picks in 4 straight games, and now you've got an abundance of wealth at a position where you can play both of them at different spots. You can trade one of them. You have insurance in the case of injury, as is what's happening with the Lions right now. That's the smart money to me, is to always go best player available. In terms of the Red Blacks specifically in their process, I don't think Malcolm Bell is going to be in the conversation for them. I think there are 3 players that they're going to discuss very deeply before making this pick. Giordano Vaquero, the offensive lineman from Purdue, who was at the University of Manitoba and won the JP Metras Trophy as the top offensive lineman in the country. I think he's a plug-and-play starting center. I think they'll have a strong discussion about Newer Gotkuth out of Wake Forest, the defensive end. When you bring in Luigi Villain, you can make that a Canadian position if you add Gatkuth to the mix. I think that would be really intriguing to them. And then in a similar fashion, you just brought in A.J. Allen in free agency to be your franchise starting linebacker as a Canadian. Well, maybe Daryl Jabome is the guy to go at number 1 to give you instant depth at that position. He was a dynamic player at Rutgers. Doesn't necessarily have those NFL measurables, but when you look at the testing, it's not dissimilar from a guy in Jeffrey Cantor-Arcou who came through the draft a few years ago and is going to be a cornerstone starter for the Montreal Alouettes next season. So there's different ways they can skin this cat, but there is value in all 3 of those players.
Yeah, and I think I expect actually them to go offensive line. I think that's a safe bet in terms of what you expect a lot of teams to do in the first round. It's so important. We know how important offensive line is, and that is a place that teams often do have 3 Canadians going. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that at all with a few teams here. But like you said before, in terms of prepping yourself, I think it's in your best interest to get yourself into a situation where you can draft best available, where you've got everything taken care of, where you don't really have glaring needs per se, and then you really can draft the best player. And I think that, to me, is the best strategy. Adding the best player available to your football team, I just don't think, even if you got guys at that position like you highlighted with BC, I really don't think you can go wrong with that strategy.
Certainly not. That's how you build competitive, deep teams. Every year we get to the Grey Cup and we talk about, well, this team has the top Canadian depth in the league. That's why they're here. It doesn't happen by accident. It doesn't happen by reaching for players. It happens because you are making smart decisions about what is best for your roster in the long term. And that's always adding blue chip talent. You can never pass on a blue, as they say.
Yeah, and there's a number of those guys in this draft. I feel good about pretty much any direction a team decides to take in this first round. Especially, we talked about how deep this draft is, but you look through the first 20 players or so that you've got on anyone's board, and you can make an argument for why they should be a top 5 pick. Now, it is complicated. Are there any guys that you think maybe, based on what's happened over the last few days in the NFL, that may have moved a little bit on draft boards for CFL teams?
I think surely there's been movement. A lot of the players who got signed to NFL contracts were as expected. So they probably slot in as they were. But 2 guys going in opposite directions in my mind, Malik Mega, the uber athletic receiver out of Coastal Carolina, got a surprise UDFA contract with the Carolina Panthers. That was sort of out of left field, even with his measurables, just because he hasn't been particularly productive as a receiver in college. He's probably somebody who would have been in the second round conversation in terms of special teams value. Now he probably falls a little bit lower because of that NFL opportunity. And then on the flip side, teams may be more willing to risk it right now with a guy in Rene Conga, the defensive tackle out of Louisville, who by all accounts, had a ton of hype going into the NFL draft. Some people were projecting him as high as the 4th round. He tested like an absolute freak at the Cardinals Pro Day, like unbelievable numbers for a guy his size, and then still slips all the way out of the NFL draft where teams saw him initially and signs as a free agent with the Miami Dolphins. Now, he's got considerable financial guarantees on that deal, so it's not as if he doesn't have a strong opportunity, but if he was a 4th rounder, he might fall all the way out of this draft. As a UDFA, he is now very much in that mid-round conversation.
It's so tough to know exactly where to pick those guys too. I have a formula. I change it up every year, and that goes to athletic testing and how much I weight film and how much I weight things like signing a UDFA contract or being drafted. But yeah, I'm constantly tweaking that a little bit back and forth until if I ever get the perfect system, I'll let you know. But it's tough. And yeah, a guy like Conga, man, I was so high on him in the Canadian draft going back a few months, and I was thinking, man, this is going to be this guy's going to be a great pick. He's going to be top of the 1st round. But then that pro day was bananas. He just leapt out of the building and yeah, put on a show for everybody.
And as much as you want to put a formula to the NFL value, it's really situational because depending on where you are as a CFL team, your view on a futures pick is going to be dramatically different. If you're a team that desperately needs talent right now, maybe one of the teams at the top of the draft, you're thinking, I can't risk a futures pick because I don't have the guys in the building that I need to win. So you aren't going to take those guys as highly. But there are teams out there who are really set at their Canadian talent. They've got good depth at this stage and who are up against it with the salary cap. And they don't necessarily want to be in a situation where you're going to have to carry one of these guys in the immediate future, because if you're taking a 1st or 2nd round pick, for them not to get poached by another CFL team, you've got to carry that cost. You can't put them on the practice roster. Otherwise, somebody will swoop in. If you're in a situation where you're good now and you don't want to spend the extra money, well, you can go out there and take somebody who's going to be great for your football team in 2 years when you might need that talent infusion, and you'll value them much more highly than another team might.
And we've seen that happen time and time again. Right here, Toronto Argonauts, for example, they did that a few times. Ryan Hunter obviously paid off big time for them, a guy that they knew was going to be down in the NFL. Sage Dockstader last year got a lot of playing time, and he was another guy that they had to wait a few years for. But it happens all around the league. And so you're right. If you're in a situation where that makes the most sense for your team, then go ahead. But even trying to measure it, you sort of alluded to it, the UDFAs are not all equal. So you might look at one guy and say, yeah, he signed a UDFA contract, but you know what? I feel like he's probably going to be up here in a couple months' time. Whereas other guys like Conga, who we talked about, I don't think he's going to be here for a little while. I think he's such a good player. His measurables are so ridiculous for a 300-pound man. I think it's going to be a while before we see him, if ever. And yet, if he did come up here, he could be a game changer. And so, yeah, you're rolling the dice. But again, that's why this is the most difficult draft in all of pro sports, without a question. Drafts are hard in any pro sport anyway. You add in that extra level of complication, it's hugely difficult for these GMs making picks today.
Another one who comes to mind in that vein is Albert Reese for me, who also signed a UDFA contract with the Carolina Panthers, because not all positions are treated equally by NFL teams. And I've had people tell me that below average offensive linemen are lasting south of the border for years on end because of the intense need at that position. Albert Reese, maybe a CFL player based on talent, but from his physical frame, is he going to get 2, 3, 4 opportunities when other guys will get 1 or 2? And we do have our first selection off the board, Ben. At 1st overall, the Ottawa Redblacks take offensive lineman Giordano Vaquero out of Purdue University. This kid is special in my mind. I knew he was special when he was with the Manitoba Bisons. Unfortunately, didn't play a ton for the Boilermakers, but you still see the traits there to be a successful CFL player. What's your assessment of Vaquero?
Oh, I really like him. And I think that's a great pick. And you called it too. Is the first guy you mentioned when you talked about where Ottawa was probably going to go. It makes sense. He's smart, versatile. He's got positional flexibility. He's one of those guys that he's not necessarily flashy. Not that a lot of offensive linemen catch your attention and be like, "Wow, look at that guy" during the course of a game. But he's consistently effective, and I think that's why he's got a really high floor for a CFL
Mhm.
interior starter. And you look at some of the guys these guys have to go against, these huge D tackles. He can hold his ground against just about anybody. He's got a really strong anchor, a very good pass protection awareness, and that's huge for any lineman in the CFL. So I think that's a great pick from the Ottawa Red Blacks. I know I would have, as I said, I would have gone in a different direction. I almost always would go in a different direction, but I like the pick. You can't go wrong with Vaquero.
To me, what he brings is a level of nasty that offensive line coaches love. Like he runs through opponents like he's got some place to be. He's never ever stopping and comes into Purdue late as a U Sports transfer. Maybe doesn't get the respect he deserves on a bad football team, doesn't see the field a ton, but he got a significant amount of playing time in their final game against Indiana, the eventual national champion. And when you watch sort of the edge that he played with against that caliber of team versus what some of his teammates with the Boilermakers were doing, I think there's a stark contrast. Vaquero is going to come in. He's going to probably sit behind Peter Godber in the short term, but can take over for him at a cheaper price tag within a year or two. I think he's a better prospect than Sam Carson, who they took last year, that a lot of people saw as a center. And he's just going to make your offensive line better overall. He could play guard as well. I don't want to dismiss that possibility. He played a lot of guard at the University of Manitoba. People see him as a center more because of his shorter arms, but anywhere you look on that interior, he's going to be an upgrade for you over some of the players they've had there in the past.
Yeah, I really like him as a center. That's 6'2", 307. 6'2" for me, great for a center. I like short centers. I hate centers over 6'4". For me, that gets in the quarterback's way. I feel that way about guards too, but I can deal with it at guard. 6'2", 307 for a center. He's got great strength, 28 bench reps. He's one of those absurd athletes where you see what he looks like, and he's just he's so square because he doesn't have that 6'7" or 6'8" height that some of these other offensive line guys do at 300 pounds. But he can move. The guy jumped 29 inches in the vertical, 104 on the broad jump. Like, this is an athlete, and I think he's going to get on the field sooner rather than later. I'm not hoping for any injuries or anything like that, obviously, but I think he's going to be ready to go pretty early in the season.
Up next on the clock at second overall, we have the Toronto Argonauts, your team, who you're the play-by-play announcer for, or the color commentator, I should say. You're closer to the organization than anybody else around the country. Where do you see them going with this pick, considering the fact that they need an infusion of talent?
Yeah, they were so deep with Canadian talent just going back a couple of years. I think that was one of the things that led to those two Grey Cups in 3 years was that
Mhm.
depth they had in Canadian talent. But yeah, it's a tough call right now because they seem to have abandoned the tackle plan. Last year they went with four Canadian starters on the offensive line. I don't think that's going to be the plan this year, but there are intriguing possibilities. What if you did draft one of these elite prospects who maybe has tackle flexibility? And I think there's a few guys in this draft who really could play tackle, maybe even as early as this season. I know they've got some guys that are probably going to start the year backing up who have had tackle experience. Actually, almost all of their guards at some point have played tackle. So they have positional flexibility if they want to do that. Alternatively, they're pretty set in terms of what they've got at the will linebacker position. They got a bunch of guys they can throw in there. I still, again, pushing Malcolm Bell. I love the idea of they've got Jonathan Edward, who I think is the perfect guy to put behind a starting Canadian corner. I think the Argos, if they could find a way to have yet one more position that they could make Canadian with a guy like Bell, I think that'd be a win. But they can also keep stocking the shelves in terms of receivers because that's not as deep. a positional group as it once was in terms of Canadian talent.
Mm.
You've got Mittal, who's playing excellent football. Dave Ungerer, who we know is an excellent Z receiver. After that, it's a little bit less tested. So I think, Ezekiel Tied, I like the guy, but I don't know if we're ready to see him jump in if one of those first two guys goes down with injury. So receiver might make sense for them, but I just don't know there's a receiver I like this high in the draft.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a reach to me. I think you can come back around and go receiver at pick 11 or pick 16 in the second round. I wonder if you were onto something with that offensive line diagnosis. I think they have stated publicly that they need to get better in that area. It was clearly one of the major concerns for the team in 2025. And if you want to start a Canadian tackle down the line, is this a spot where Nicholas Henning potentially comes off the board? And I've spoiled the pick, Ben, because pick number 2 is in, and it is offensive tackle Nicholas Henning out of Queen's University. Just a few months ago, we were speculating that there would not be a single U Sports player taken in the first 2 rounds of this draft. The first U Sports player goes off the board at number 2 overall. Tell us about Henning.
I love Henning. He's number 2 on my draft board. He's my top offensive lineman. First of all, I love that I feel very confident that he can play tackle in the CFL. He's an outstanding athlete. I love athletes at tackle because you are going up against freaks of nature. When you play the tackle position in pro football, the guys you're going up against, defensive ends, they're not normal human beings. They have outrageous length and speed, strength combinations. And so you better be an athlete on the other side of the ball. Henning, 6'5", 298. He's got that athleticism, running a sub 540 at 4'9", and he's technically sound as well. He's great in pass protection, plays under control, doesn't panic against either speed or power. So I love that versatility. And again, another guy that doesn't necessarily have those moments of flash, although I think you do see it a couple of times. Like Queens loves running those outside screens. You watch Henning get out on those outside screen plays. He is a burner, and he'll get out there and look pretty excited doing so. So yeah, for him, he projects to me as a long-term starter at tackle in the CFL. So I love that pick. And yeah, maybe there is some thought in Toronto that they're going to be giving that 4 Canadian offensive lineman thing a go again.
This kid was an all-Canadian tight end just 2 seasons ago. Now he is the 2nd overall pick in the CFL draft as an offensive tackle, and it's well-deserved. One of the few people who can claim they've been an all-Canadian at 2 different positions. There's some raw edges there, right? He's still got to learn. I don't think he's a day 1 starter for the Argos. He doesn't always place his hands right. He can get caught leaning at times. But the special thing about Henning is he's such a good athlete that no matter what compromising position he's placed in, what mistake he makes because he's only been playing offensive line for 2 years, he can recover. And I saw that firsthand when I was down in Texas at the College Ground Showcase. Henning was in attendance, competing against guys from major American schools, and he did not look out of place at all. He was a better athlete than any of them. I know he's been very diligent about putting on weight so he can play at the professional level, weighing at 298 at the CFL Combine. I believe he's up to 308 now, which should be a good playing weight for him. But whether you want him to go up or down, that's not going to be a problem. He was a kid who put on 30, 40 pounds over the course of 1 summer to make the conversion from tight end to offensive line. He has the formula in order to be able to tweak his body and the raw physical tools to dominate.
I've coached for a long time, and it's so common for offensive linemen to want to become tight ends. It doesn't always work the other way around. And for Henning, like, to me, that's one of the greatest sales pitches ever. Henning, to me, saying, I think instead of being an H-back, I think I could be an offensive lineman. That is a kid I want on my football team. And so it shows you it's a guy that loves the contact, that loves the physicality of it. And obviously, he's made the right choice. He's a fantastic tackle. You watch his film at Queens. He just doesn't. No one gets near the quarterback when it's up to him to keep the quarterback safe. He does his job extremely well. And like you said, he's still learning. He's still very new at it, but he's got that athleticism to be able to make up for any mistake that he makes. And again, you look at those numbers. You're running that kind of 40, but you're also benching 27 reps of 225. That's a great combination. He's got that 6'5" height. I love this pick for the Argonauts. I'm glad to see Henning went early in the first round because he really did deserve it. He jumped off my screen when I was watching film.
At third overall, the Edmonton Elks are on the clock currently. It's a good position to be in for them. There's still some strong offensive linemen available if Ed Hervey wants to continue to build the trenches. But a couple of guys I mentioned in the conversation at first overall are still on the board. Daryl Jabome out of Rutgers is available. That could provide some potential depth behind Joel DeBlanco at linebacker, and a local kid in Newer Gotkuth who could potentially contribute at defensive end behind Robbie Smith. Where you see the Elks looking at this selection?
Yeah, I like Gakuth in this situation for them. He's a guy that really gets after the quarterback. That's what I think separates him a little bit from, I don't want to say your typical Canadian defensive end, but there are a lot more. You do have a lot more quick ends than rush ends in terms of the Canadian talent, the way that it's dispersed throughout the league. You don't necessarily have a ton of Canadian defensive ends that are pinning their ears back and going after the quarterback. It's more setting the edge, that kind of player. Gaku's exciting. He flies after the quarterback. And so with that kind of frame, with that kind of length, combined with the speed that he's got, that speed and power combo, I think that would be really fun for the Elks. So if I were them, that's probably where I go. He's my number 4 player on the board, but I really like that player for him. And, that's a team, again, if I'm going to bring up Malcolm Bell again, JC, and I may have to do that in every single pick of this first round, but that's a team that has a Canadian starter at corner. I'm not saying that you necessarily want to go 2, but hey, it's always a possibility, or you can certainly have the best Canadian cornerback room in the league if you want to, as the Edmonton Elks.
That would certainly be an intriguing possibility for me. And this is where Bell starts to become in the conversation. I think we both might be a little bit higher on him than the rest of the league, just because of some of the questions about his special teams value and his tackling. But in terms of lockdown ability, it doesn't get better. And I don't think I've seen a better player, period, at doing that through a CFL draft than Malcolm Bell. He was absolutely lights out at Michigan State. And when you've got Tyrell Ford as your cornerback and Jarrell Cummings as the only Canadian insurance behind him. And I love Jarrell Cummings as a player coming out through his draft, but unfortunately he is size deficient.
Yeah.
That is not necessarily a guy that you have a comfortable time putting on the field on defense or special teams. Malcolm Bell, certainly not size deficient. He becomes the best backup insurance policy available for a Canadian corner instantly.
But I think there is a bit of hesitation. You don't see a lot of corners drafted early. It happens from time to time. We have seen it, but it's not your typical go-to. It's often offensive linemen, linebackers. That's generally where teams are going to spend those first, at least the first 5 picks in the first round tend to go that way. So it takes a bold GM to want to go in a different direction, to take someone else. Sorry, I should have added receivers to that list. We see a lot of receivers drafted in the top 5 too. But yeah, that's usually what it is. Interior offensive linemen, receivers, will linebackers, sometimes middle linebackers as well. So yeah, I'd love to see teams trust their vision, trust what they see on their own draft board. And if you see a player and you say, look, I think this guy's the best guy in the draft, then it doesn't matter what position he plays. Take him in your first pick. I think that's just smart.
Bold GMs and Ed Hervey's on the clock. I think you're certainly on to something there. Let's drill down a little bit on Newer Gotkuth, because I think this is an interesting potential fit for him as the Edmonton native. You're a little bit higher on him than I am, Ben. I see a very good football player. I don't know that I see any top tier elite traits in any one category. What makes you so confident in him as the 4th overall player on your board?
I see a really high ceiling, and I think there is risk with him because he's not there yet. He's still developing, but there are some flashes that you see in his film where you're like, man, that was a heck of a play. And so when you see enough of those, when you're, and at Wake Forest too, like he he was around the quarterback on, he didn't necessarily get credited with sacks every time, but he was there. He was hurrying the throw. He was a nuisance. He was someone that teams had to scheme for. And that's saying something because teams are not necessarily fearful every time they go play at Wake Forest. But he certainly created an impression and certainly had quarterbacks nervous and feeling it. So you see a guy like that, and I think you think as a coaching staff, like, can we make this a bit more consistent? Can we take that uh, combination of edge setting ability and ability to get after the quarterback and make that something that he has that same sort of reliability on every single play, where he's not going to have those let ups, or he's not going to have games where one particular tackle can take him out, because that did happen to him at times at Wake Forest. But those flashes, those excitements, those moments of being on the edge of your seat, watching him just miss getting to the quarterback, or he got there enough times too. For me, I think that's exciting enough to say, yeah, maybe we can turn him into something pretty exciting in Edmonton.
Well, the pick is in for the Edmonton Elks, and they eschew the local kid and go with another player we've already discussed, linebacker Daryl Jabome out of Rutgers. This was a multi-year starter for the Scarlet Knights, a guy who put up over 100 tackles in 2024. Had a bit of a down year in 2025, but has a nose for the football and a ton of big-time college football pedigree. What did you see watching Jabome?
Great athleticism, 6'1", 233. He can hit like a truck, but he can run too. Ran a 4.8 40. He's got that sideline to sideline range. He flashes ability in both in space and in pursuit. So, taking off after a fast running back to the outside, he can get there and be a difference maker. But also in space, in pass coverage, he doesn't look lost, and he's got that athleticism to be able to go and make a play. He's still developing in terms of instincts and processing, and I think that's, you see that as an exciting thing too. You look at him and you say, well, this is not a finished product. It's already pretty good. And so, for me, looking at him as a will linebacker, probably, maybe with the ability to play in the middle too. I think there's something to be excited about for sure for fans in Edmonton, because he's a guy, just like we were talking about with Geku, his ceiling is high. He's already a good football player, but I think, if he's in the right situation here, he can turn into something really special.
A bit of a family connection here too, because Edmonton drafted his brother Rossini Sanjong in the 7th round of the 2020 CFL draft. He didn't pan out as a top tier CFL player, but I believe strongly that Jabome will. As you mentioned, Ben, the way he can track the football across the field, he gets knocked at the NFL level for not being quite fast enough. He runs in the 4.8s in the 40, but I don't think he really struggled to track down any players when you watch his tape at Rutgers. He might be a step behind them. He may have to swipe at the legs instead of a form fit up, but he is able to get to the point and make plays when he's got that clear picture. He flows beautifully to the football and makes plays on it. He's got ideal length for the position. You trust that, he's not the best at it right now, but he can learn how to get off of blocks more effectively. And he's going to be an immediately insurance policy behind Joel DeBlanco, and a guy who can potentially succeed him and become a starter in the middle of the defense for the Edmonton Elks if DeBlanco moves on, or if they want to go with 2 Canadian linebackers at any point in the future.
And they can also use him situationally too. I think you could have both those guys on the field in DeBlanco and Jabome. When you go to 3 down linemen, let's say a 2nd and 10 situation, you take a defensive lineman off the field, throw an extra linebacker out there. I think that's a pretty exciting combo. Jabome, he's so big, right? Like he's 6'1", 233. He looks like it, but you see him move. I swear he moves more quickly than his 40 times says. Ran that 4.8, but when you see him track sideline to sideline, I think there's, some of those guys just have that pursuit speed where when they're chasing something, they can find a different gear than you necessarily can running a track race when there's nothing to go against. That's why they have those. I guess dog racing isn't a thing anymore, but they used to, remember they used to run those rabbits, and those dogs would chase you. You wouldn't just send your dog out to run. With athletes, it's like that too. When you've got a football to go track down, or there's a player getting to the sideline, some guys have the ability to find a gear that
Mhm.
they can't otherwise access. I think he's one of those guys.
Definitely. And I see him as more of a Mike, not a Will, because I don't necessarily trust his coverage ability, but I think the athleticism is there to be a wonderful middle linebacker at the CFL level, a potential starter. Up next on the clock is the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at fourth overall. Uh, they got, you know, they were a competitive team last year, didn't reach the Grey Cup for the first time in 5 seasons. I know they are looking to reinvigorate that roster as a result. Ben, do you have anybody penciled in for the Bombers at fourth overall?
They can go in a couple of interesting directions. I wonder, I wonder if this is, I wonder if this is too early for a guy like Wesley Bailey, who we haven't really talked about yet. A guy that maybe is going to spend some time. I don't know how you feel about it, like how long you think Wesley Bailey's going to be in the NFL. He's a defensive end who I think, if he comes to the CFL, can be a real difference maker. I think he's a step above, maybe even a couple steps above Gatkuth, who we talked about earlier. But he's a guy that at some point in these first 2 rounds, someone's going to take a swing at. And if he comes to the CFL, that is going to be a huge win for them, because he is an elite level edge rusher, even right now. And I think, he's got the potential to be a longtime CFL starter if he ends up in the North.
I think the Bombers could certainly use a defensive end, but I don't know that they can afford to wait
That's the
for him.
thing.
Like
I
their
know.
Canadian talent is solid enough, but some of it's aging, some of it's unproven. I think you want to add a piece now. And I look at the offensive line. They're a team that was forced to start 3 Americans. I think they'd like to get back to 3 Canadians at some point in the future. They're going to be relatively inexperienced, although they've got a veteran at center in Tui Eli. Um, he has not necessarily started games in the CFL. So potentially offensive line would be one of the areas where I would look at, but apparently not, because they did go defensive end, Ben, and they go to a guy that we were just talking about in Noor Gotkuth out of Wake Forest. You've given us the goods on him a little bit, but how does he fit in the Bombers defense?
Oh, I think Winnipeg fans are going to have a lot of fun watching
Mhm.
Gatkuth over the next few years. Long, athletic defensive end. He's got that sort of ideal frame. Light at 239, 6'3", but he's got that reach. Really strong edge setting ability. Plays with way more length than I think you usually expect to find from a 6'3" defensive end. He's great at getting leverage. And like I said before, his pass rush is still developing, but it's those
Mhm.
exciting flashes that if they could just be a bit more consistent, I think he projects as a really exciting CFL defensive end with extreme growth potential. I think he's got a very, very high ceiling. So a lot to be excited about. And I think he fits in well with that Blue Bomber defense. The defensive line felt like, I know you couldn't really go wrong going offensive line. I was wondering maybe Kevin Klein, Spencer Walsh, a couple of guys we haven't talked about yet, but I like this pick for the Blue Bombers. And you're right, it is safer than going with Wesley Bailey. Would have been more exciting in terms of our coverage, but it's not our jobs on the line, so it's easier for us to say. I think Gaku's a big win for Winnipeg.
This is not a guy I had necessarily penciled in for Winnipeg, but I actually love the fit. I love what they're thinking with this player. Not only is I think one of the best available players on the board, so he checks that box, but he gives them flexibility up front. Right now, Cam Lawson is a great Canadian defensive tackle, but they don't have anybody who can rotationally come in, spell him off, and play on the edge if they want to get into different fronts. Gatkuth gives them that. And I also think he's versatile enough to do some interesting things. We know that Winnipeg defense loves to move players into different positions. They did it with Adam Bighill. They've done it with some of the DBs. It was a big reason why they went out and got Jalen Smith a year ago, because they felt he could play DB and linebacker and do some versatile things. Well, I don't necessarily think Gatkuth has ridiculous measurables to project to play different positions. But when you saw him drop into coverage on the rare opportunities that he had to do it for the Demon Deacons, he was shockingly successful sticking with receivers and made a very impressive interception. I wonder if there's some thinking behind the scenes in Winnipeg that we can do some different things, drop him out in certain fronts and into coverage, confuse some QBs because he offers a value that other players at that position simply don't in the CFL.
Yeah, he's got a lot of flexibility there, and I think it's a nice situation for him as well. We haven't really talked about that side of it. He's got some great guys to learn from in that defensive line room. Guys with some skins on the wall that he can go out and sort of take a little bit of take some advice from, take some notes off of, and really look to improve his game. I talked about how high his ceiling is. You only get there when you've got a combination of great coaching, a great situation, but also veteran players around you who make a point of making you better as a player. And I think that he's got that situation in Winnipeg. So I'm excited to see what he can do for the Blue Bombers. And again, it's not going to be right at the start of the year, but I think it won't be too long before we're hearing his name when you're watching highlights at night of Winnipeg Blue Bomber games.
Yeah, you think Willie Jefferson is going to be able to give this kid some wisdom? I think it's a great fit there. Gatkuth is a weird combination for me because he's not objectively that long. You mentioned he's not that tall, only 6'3". He's 32-inch arms, which aren't crazy, but he looks long when you watch him. Like he's got that skinny, sort of lanky length, and nothing akin to Willie Jefferson, of course, but if you want to utilize those arms a little bit better and refine your pass rush, which I think he needs to learn how to do, there is potentially nobody better in the CFL to do it from than Willie J.
And that's why I was thinking Wesley Bailey a little bit too, because that he's probably a little bit more similar in terms of size and style, and so that to me would have been a nice guy to learn from. But yeah, with Gaku, I think it works as well. And I don't know what it is with him. Some guys we talk about that where we know what their heights are, we know what their wingspans are, their arm length, and yet it just doesn't look like it on film, whether shorter, longer, what have you. And yeah, you're right. He's one of those guys that I was expecting him to measure in at about 6'5", and have 33 and a half inch arms. And it surprised me when I saw those numbers.
Up next on the clock right now is the Hamilton Tiger Cats. They had a wonderful regular season, couldn't get it done in the playoffs, Ben, which maybe brings a smile to your face as an Argos broadcaster, but I won't put any bias on you. Where do you think the Tabbies are looking to improve as they head into the QEW rivalry for next season?
I feel for Hamilton Tiger Cats fans always, and I'm not going to take an opportunity here to throw any shade at all. I love all fans of the CFL, and I love the passion that you get from Hamilton Tiger Cats fans, no question. When it comes to game day, it changes a little bit, but I think they've got a lot of Canadian talent in Hamilton. I think they've done a really good job of stockpiling certain positions too. You look at their roster right now, it reminds me a lot of the Argos roster from a few years ago, not in terms of like the same people, but the way in which they've distributed their Canadian talent. They've got a lot of talent in the inside of that offensive line. They've got great options at safety, guys that, to a point where they've even, I don't even know what to do with some of these guys like Panabaker, a guy that I really liked in the draft a couple of years ago now. And, he's having trouble getting on the field. You've got a ton of Canadian receivers that you can use. So they've done a great job of not having any needs. And so for them, I truly would go best player available in this situation, because I think if anyone can, I think they can afford to. How do you see this going for Hamilton?
Well, they're in an interesting spot for me because I don't think there's a ton of value at some of the positions where I do see immediate needs for them. They've got a lot of unproven bodies along the defensive line, but other than Gatkuth, I'm not sure there's somebody out there that you can, plug and play at this stage. You don't want to take that guy. There's futures picks available, so potentially you go in that direction, but not anybody right now on the defensive line. There are some people on the offensive line, and that's where the Hamilton Tiger Cats end up going at 5th overall. They take offensive lineman Jonathan Dennis out of Louisiana Tech University. He's a squat sturdy guard, a very highly touted recruit coming out of the state of Florida back in the day who encountered some injury issues. Ben, does that scare you off taking him this highly? It clearly didn't scare off the Hamilton Tiger Cats.
Yeah, and he has had some injury battles, but these teams also have access to more than we do, and so they obviously feel comfortable about his recovery. And I think he's put together some really nice film as well, and so I think they probably feel pretty good about this pick. You would figure going round one, but again, they've got some time with him. He doesn't need to be a plug and play guy. They don't need to get him on the field right away. Jonathan Dennis, for me, what stood out to me watching his film was his strength, 6'1", 308. He had those 28 bench reps. He's a beast. And I think one of the things I like about him is not just that he's able to generate that power, but he's technically sound while doing it. He's assignment reliable. And for me, anytime you're picking up an offensive lineman, if you've got a guy that already has pretty good technique, he's doesn't blow a lot of assignments, doesn't miss on twists and stunts, which we don't see him do, then I think you've already got a winner. You add to that he moves pretty well laterally for an interior player. And that the strength that I talked about, it's not necessarily, you don't see him driving guys, off the field or anything like that, but the ability to hold his ground against just about anybody, to extend and push guys off, that for me is something that stands out to his film. And I think he has, at the very least, is depth for this Hamilton Tiger Cats team, but I think that he can turn into a CFL starter down the road.
Yeah, there's some similarities here to a guy they went out and got in free agency in Liam Dobson, I think, in terms of that sort of internal core strength, not necessarily a people mover, but somebody who's not going to get pushed around and is a fantastic leverage blocker. I also liken him to the best offensive lineman from last year's class, Christopher Forte. I saw a lot of the same things on tape from him in terms of strong, positionally sound blocker, maybe some balance issues, not an elite athlete, but super reliable. The reason he's a lot lower down than this on my board is the injuries. The pedigree, he goes to Oregon, he goes to Miami, back-to-back ACL tears.
Yeah.
That's a concern right there in and of itself. But even as he finds himself at Central Missouri at the Division II level, and then last season at Louisiana Tech, he missed multiple games in both of those seasons. And it's for minor injuries. It's not for things that necessarily concern you overly. But when you combine those factors, the history of knee injuries, the fact that he has never played a complete season at any level of competition, even when he was at his very best, I wonder if the first round is just a little bit too rich for a guy like that. Certainly a very, very high floor. But what's his ceiling going to be, and what's his durability going to be at the next level? The Hamilton Tiger Cats don't necessarily need him to step in right away. They've got a very deep offensive line room. They've got quality starters in there right now. So potentially that takes a little bit of the immediate pressure off of him. But I would like to know how comfortable they were with those medicals, because that's information that we just aren't privy to.
Yeah, and we, that's one of the two big things we don't have. The other is the in-room interviews that teams get to do when they talk with all of these prospects at the combine, or with a lot of these prospects at the combine. With Dennis, you said the injury concerns were enough to move him down for you. For me as well, I had him at 13 overall. I had him as my fourth offensive lineman on my board, or fourth interior offensive lineman on my board, and so I pushed him down. My film grade on him was higher than on some of these guys, but like you said, the injury concerns, it's not a huge red flag for me. As you said, it's different things, different legs, different, slightly different injuries each time. He's just had horrible luck, but you do wonder, where does it stop being horrible luck and start being injury prone? I don't know. It's a concern. I don't like to label guys like that, and I don't think that's really fair. But I think teams have to think about it. They're investing in these guys, so clearly Hamilton feels good about it. I didn't, I don't have the medicals, like you said. I pushed him down to 13. Hamilton obviously liked his film and felt good about where he was in terms of his health, and so that's why they made him an early pick in this draft.
And let's be clear about one thing, Ben. There are years where you and I have sat here, or I've sat here with somebody else, and Jonathan Dennis would have been the clear-cut number one offensive lineman on the board.
For sure.
The
Yeah.
fact that he is the third one off the board here and he's fourth on your board, he might be sixth on mine or seventh on mine. Like, this is a starting caliber offensive lineman at the CFL level. Let's not dismiss that because he is an extremely talented player. But the depth and the quality of talent in this year's offensive line class is unlike anything we've seen in recent years. And that's why we have these nuanced conversations about some of these guys. And something like injury history can force somebody down is because there's so many other guys that can be pushed up. We have not had that luxury in recent seasons. I think Dennis, if he stays healthy, could be a starting guard or a starting center if he's able to convert to that position in the CFL for a long, long time. He just has to stay on the field.
And remember, like the schools he started at, like the people saw something in him, right? At the very beginning, coming right out of high
Four-star
school.
recruit.
He was highly, highly recruited. The fact that he ends up Oregon, Miami, like these are big time programs. And yes, he's being drafted out of Louisiana Tech, a slightly different level, but that's still very good football. And that's where he played his best football. So yeah, for a guy like him, I think you're right. I think 10 of the last 15 years, we were probably talking him as a surefire top 3 pick. It just happens that there are so many good offensive linemen. And I find that when I'm ranking offensive linemen, it's so difficult to sometimes discern between one and the other. There's so many variables, and it's very rare for me to have the same rankings for offensive linemen as somebody else. There's always some little difference. And for Hamilton, I'm sure he was one of their top guys. Maybe there could have been their top offensive lineman going into this draft. It wouldn't surprise me if we find out that, yeah, he was number 1 on their board.
The Calgary Stampeders are up next on the clock at 6th overall. We're still waiting for that pick to come in, but where do you think that team will go, given the fact that they've added so much Canadian talent in recent years, and it's been one of the reasons why they were so much improved in 2025?
Yeah, they've got a lot of really nice Canadian players on their team. I think there's some interesting positional battles for Calgary because you look at almost every Canadian spot they've got, with the exception of maybe field corner and the interior offensive line. I think they're in a position where they've got Canadians that could start, don't necessarily need to. And so I think probably one of those positions might be of interest for them. I think you could go defensive end. I think they've got some room there. I think you could possibly look at linebacker and see if you could get maybe you get a potential down the road starting will linebacker. I think you maybe look at the safety position. Maybe it's a little bit too early for that, but yeah, I think you couldn't go wrong here anywhere. But yeah, I think it's got to be one of those 3 spots. I think you're looking at safety, you're looking at will linebacker, and that's probably it. One of those 2.
Well, it is a will linebacker, Ben, so you're rather prophetic. The Calgary Stampeders at 6th overall take linebacker Eric Rasko out of Angelo State. This kid blew up the CFL Combine. Both the testing portions, the interview portions, where he was sensational according to the teams I spoke to, but also in my own interview with him. And then the on-field portion, he has not played the Canadian game before. You would not have known it by what he looked like with pads on. Played in the Arena League last year after getting his Canadian citizenship late. Obviously an American by birth, but a Canadian through his parentage. I think he's got really high upside for the Stamps. Where do you stand on this pick?
I didn't really know what to do with him because I love him. I love watching him. Like, he's one of those guys. There's a bunch of guys in this draft that I probably watched more film than I needed to just because it was fun. And so he was one of those guys. He is fun to watch play football. I've got him as my 24th ranked prospect. I've got him my 4th linebacker. I would love for him to be just a little bit bigger. I love his speed. Ran that 4.5 40. That's impressive, even for maybe a slightly undersized linebacker at 6 feet 202. I would like to have seen more on the bench as well, just a little bit more in terms of strength. 12 reps, I think he put up. But yeah, he's a productive linebacker. He finds the football. You don't have to watch Montreal for very long before you see Roscoe get involved in a play. He's physical, active, and run support. You always like that as well from your from your linebackers. But I do wonder where his ceiling is. I feel like there's got to be something that gives at one point. And that's why I have him so far down. I don't feel comfortable between that. What exactly is he 4.5 speed / 12 bench press reps? I think he will be for sure a special teams guy, a depth linebacker. I think that's where his floor is. I wonder if he's going to turn into a starter. He's not someone that I had penciled in as a guy I saw starting within the next couple of years, but I've been wrong on that many times before. What do you like so much about Roscoe where you might see him get into a starting role a little sooner? Because when you're taking a guy in round one, you're thinking, I see
Mhm.
this guy as a starter. Clearly they do. And so what am I missing on Roscoe?
I think he's a guy who plays with bounce. That's how I would describe him. There's a twitch, there's a lightness to his footwork, and he doesn't necessarily take on blocks with force. I'll grant you that. So maybe the strength is a concern. But unlike so many linebackers, he's able to slip and dip and get away from bigger offensive linemen with such efficiency to be able to sort through that traffic and make the play. I think he's special at it. 3-time all-conference player for Angelo State at the Division II level. And he played heavier when he was in college. I know he
Yeah.
checked in at 210 at the CFL Combine. I think he's comfortable playing at 225. I think he can be a starting will linebacker in the CFL. I know that the Stamps have used Micah Tights there in the past. I think they would prefer not to have to play tights as much as they have had to in recent years. Roscoe gives them that flexibility. And while he goes higher than he is on my board, when you consider the futures picks and all of those factors, I certainly think that this is a player that I would have considered in this range. And I really like the pick from the Stampeders.
He's interesting. He's a guy that I think maybe a good path for him in terms of getting a little bit of experience is one of those guys we talked about earlier that gets onto the field in second and long situations. He's got that
Mhm.
great athleticism to be able to do that, where you don't necessarily need to count on him as coming up and stopping the run, but you can send him on a blitz because he is very good at that. He gets really skinny in the gaps too and can find his way through. So maybe that's the way that you start with him on the field, and then he can get more and more confidence and eventually more and more playing time.
The BC Lions have got this draft moving along because I guess they sprinted to the podium at 7th overall to take receiver Nate DeMontignac out of North Dakota. I think the consensus coming out of the CFL Combine from everyone I spoke to and from you and me watching the film is DeMontignac. He may not have the most impressive college production. He is the number one receiver in this class, and it's not particularly close. The Lions clearly felt that way to go up here at 7th, which is a lot higher than most people had him pegged. What can we expect to see out here in Vancouver from DeMontignac?
I like DeMontignac a lot. I have him as a second rounder, but again, I think you look at him as a receiver, and if you want to go receiver, you can't really go wrong with DeMontignac. I had a chance to work with him a little bit. He's obviously an Ontario-based player. Playing at North Dakota was interesting because he didn't. It's not like he went to North Dakota. It's not one of the big schools, big football schools, but they have a very disciplined program. That's why I love watching North Dakota football, and he embodies a lot of that. He's a polished route runner, very sharp cuts, reliable hands, low drop rate. He can win both in short and intermediate areas, and he can also beat you deep. I think he's a ready-made depth receiver already with upside to be able to crack that starting lineup pretty soon. I expect him to be a starting receiver in the CFL. I think he's got the talent for that. 6'1", 188, ran a 4.5, 640. There's a lot to like about DeMontignac, and I don't. It's one of those strange things. Like, how do you feel about a guy that doesn't, he's not necessarily a full-time starter with not necessarily a top-tier program, and yet you can recognize that there's maybe more in his game than some of these
Mhm.
guys that are coming from bigger schools.
I love this pick for the Lions because they have desperately needed to add some depth, some quality depth at receiver behind Javon Catoy and Justin McInnis. With all due respect to Kieran Poissant, who has been wonderful coming out of the Canadian junior ranks, punched well above his weight class and making some starts and playing on special teams, DeMontignac is a much better prospect. And one of the things that stood out to me, Ben, and I think will help him get on a roster early and contribute, is even though he's 6'2", 188, which is frankly one of the skinnier receivers in this class, he's also the most physical, not just at the catch point and making contested catches, but he's willing to get his nose dirty and block. There was some really impressive blocking out on screens and outside runs on his tape with the Fighting Hawks. I think he's going to be a guy who can contribute on special teams, even though he hasn't done a ton of it. I think he's got the smooth route running ability, the feel for space, the control of his body to potentially be a starter down the line. Now, is he going to be a Justin McInnis all-star 1,000-yard guy? I don't think I would go that far in the projection, but he is certainly the type of player that we have seen start for years and years and years as Canadians at the receiver position in the CFL. I think the Lions were smart to reach a little bit here because there's just not another guy like that, in my opinion, in this class, with all due respect to the other receivers.
Yeah, I feel really confident in Montignac. I think you know you've got a player in him, and I know like he's one of those guys in the interviews. There's no way that interview didn't go well. He's such a likable kid, and I think right from the get go, as soon as he stepped into that room, they probably fell in love with him, and maybe even knew right there this is going to be our first round pick. It's an extremely high floor, like you've alluded to. He does a lot right, and the blocking you talk about, it's so important for receivers in the Canadian game. You have to be able to block. And that's another North Dakota thing. It's one of those things that they preach, that they make such an important part of their program. Receivers are blockers, and so you've got to get out there and prove your worth as a blocker as well as a pass catcher. He did both at North Dakota, so I love that pick for the BC Lions.
And it can't be discounted how rare that blocking ability is,
Yeah.
because there's so many good receivers that come through the CFL draft. And this is true for other offensive skill positions as well, where you go, wow, this guy can catch the ball. He's fast. He can run. He can separate. And then you watch him block and you go, oh, like he has no interest being physical. He's a liability out there. And you start to question how he can get on a roster. You don't have those concerns with the Montignac. I think he is a slam dunk roster player, contributor, somebody who's going to be your third insurance receiver right away and can develop into more once Javon Katoy eventually gets phased out, or Justin McInnis finds a bigger paycheck elsewhere down the line. He is going to be a guy for the Lions for years to come.
There's I think of like a guy like Kevin Sklercius, for example. Like I remember I was about 2.5 games through his film a few years ago, and I don't know if I had seen him targeted on a pass yet, and I loved him as a prospect because he could block like nobody else. So that's something that Montignac also brings for the BC Lions.
Well, we have our first futures pick, Ben, and we have my favorite player, I think, in the entire draft come off the board, and that's Arkansas tight end Rohan Jones, going 8th overall to the Montreal Alouettes. He's a Montreal kid. He goes to his hometown team. Now he's under contract with the Los Angeles Rams right now. He's going to get a look in the NFL. You may have to wait a year or two for him, but I think he's got special upside in the NFL, and I'm going to rave about, or in the CFL. I'm going to rave about him in a second. I know you don't think nearly as highly of Rohan Jones, so I'll let you be the party pooper first of all, and then I'll come in and clean it all up so we look presentable.
I don't know if I don't think highly of him. I still have him as a first round grade. He's my 8th player overall. He is my top fullback, but I wasn't gushing about him the same way you were. As soon as you said my favorite player in this draft, I knew who we were talking about because, yeah, you absolutely love this guy. And I get why. He is, I think he can do everything, right? There's nothing that he can't do in his game. And I think he's a very exciting player to think about in terms of Canadian football. You watch this play at Arkansas, 6'2", 238. He's got speed. He's got power, 25 reps on the bench, and yet he is one of the best receivers in this draft class. He's got very reliable hands. He's a smooth route runner, which you don't always see from guys that weigh about 240 pounds. And his blocking is really solid, as you would expect from a player like that. So yeah, high upside. An interesting chess piece if used creatively. I think maybe one of the reasons I was a bit lower on him than you is I don't really know what to do with him. Like, is he an R receiver? Is he an H-back? Is he a little bit of everything? And again, it's going to take that the right offensive mind to get the most out of him. But if you can find a role for him, he's certainly an exciting player. Why don't you tell me about why he is your favorite player in this draft?
Well, I'll answer your question. What are you going to do with him? You'll do whatever you want with him whenever the moment is right, because he can do everything. Not only was he a contributing tight end in the SEC for Arkansas after making his way up through the FCS levels with Maine and Montana State, this is a kid who had more yards per route run than any offensive player in college football. Not any tight end, any receiver, any running back, any tight end. More yards per route run than any of them across all of the FBS. And he's averaging over 27 yards per reception, deep down the field, threatening. You can insert him in between the guard and the tackle, sneak him out there. He's a mismatch against linebackers, and he's a solid blocker. He was the highest graded tight end, according to PFF, in the country. And you can take those grades with a grain of salt. Everybody does. But this wasn't just a good player. This was an elite player, not necessarily in a full-time role, but as somebody who can come in and do whatever you need, whether it's flex out at receiver, whether it's play in the backfield as a true fullback, whether it's come up and line up in line as a tight end. He's going to be an efficient blocker, and he's going to be a mismatch for anybody who has to cover him in the CFL. I don't think there's a comp for Rohan Jones. I think he can redefine the fullback position when he comes up here with the Montreal Alouettes. And you already see them trying to be more aggressive and getting the ball to David Dallaire, who was a fantastic receiving option coming out of Laval. I think Rohan Jones is that on steroids. He can be the most dynamic weapon in your offense at a position that we don't associate with being a dynamic weapon. I could not be higher on this kid. And I think your only concern is that he ends up having a long NFL career because they're valuing more of those multi tight end sets, those 3 tight end sets. He goes to the Rams, who essentially innovated that personnel package, and now the whole league is following suit. And when you look at his athletic measurables, they are sneakily similar to a guy in Kyle Juszczyk, who became an all-pro fullback for the San Francisco 49ers. If the NFL misses out, it's going to be the CFL's gain. But I love this player on either side of the border.
Yeah, I worry about that last part of it that you said, is that he may stick down there longer than I initially thought, because he is with the right team down there. Mm-hmm. There's maybe 2 or 3, like San Francisco might have been a good landing spot for him too. But I know right away, like McVay's going to see some possibilities. I know there's a lot made about some players that McVay didn't seem as excited about. But I'm sure he was excited about Rohan Jones and the possibilities, because you got to think a guy like that with his offensive creativity, watching this film, I'm sure he was excited as you were, thinking, you know what, all the stuff that I can do with this guy, this is going to be fun. So we'll see if he ends up in Montreal. But I love that pick for the Alouettes. They've got a really good football team. They could afford to potentially wait for a guy if they need to. And so Rohan Jones, yeah, absolutely worth it. I have him as my 8th overall, and he went 8th overall. So I can't argue with Montreal about that one. What do you think about where we might be going next, JC? We've got Saskatchewan on the clock, I believe. Actually, no, I got to check my...
Yeah, Saskatchewan's on the clock at 9th overall, the final pick in the first round. I think there's a number of different options that you could go with here, but perhaps the one that I find most intriguing, and certainly you will, is Malcolm Bell. This feels like a natural fit for him in Saskatchewan, because you've got a guy in Tavon Campbell as your starting corner, who is maybe one of one in the CFL in terms of his abilities, but not great insurance behind him. And we saw that play out in dramatic and painful fashion last season when they put poor Kerfala Exume out there, an elite special teams player to be sure, but not a guy who can start at corner in the game, so that they wouldn't have to change their ratio. And it was disastrous, to say the least. I don't think it was fair to the player involved or to the team to do that, to be entirely frank. But if you go out and get Malcolm Bell, you don't have to worry about Kerfal Exame at corner. You've got a guy who's starting caliber right behind Tavon Campbell. Maybe not as fast, maybe not as explosive, but can lock down one side of the field like few others.
Yeah, he makes the most sense of any team in this draft. I absolutely agree with you. It's the perfect situation for everybody. For him, where he can learn under Tavon Campbell, the best guy doing it right now as a Canadian corner, and he's nearing the end of his career, and so to maybe have a couple of years to introduce the new guy to some corner play, and as you saw last year, like you said, is football is a game in which there are a lot of injuries, guys miss time, and you don't want to be in a situation where you have to put a player in a situation that just isn't fair to them. I love Exume, and so yeah, I would think Malcolm Bell makes the most sense. That's where I think Saskatchewan will go.
Well, I love it when a plan comes together, just like they said on the A team, because indeed at 9th overall, Malcolm Bell
Nice.
from Michigan State, the lockdown corner, goes to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We've talked about him ad nauseum. I don't want to spend too much time on it, so we can get a little bit of a recap of the first round in, but it's worth stating. You click on this guy's film against Indiana. Again, the national champion, which had multiple receivers drafted highly in the NFL draft. He is erasing people.
Yeah, he's
He
an
is a
excellent player.
lockdown man guy. And he's not overly fast, but he's got the ability to stay in that hip pocket. He's a fluid mover in that capacity. And 33-inch arms that allow him to break up any pass in his area. Not as good in zone. That's going to be a concern for CFL teams. He's not an elite tackler. I'm sure the Rough Riders are going to be out there trying to teach him how to be a little bit more physical and not try and ankle bite all the time and miss guys. But if you want to erase one receiver on the other team, there is nobody better than Malcolm Bell because of his height and his length and his movement skills. This is a sensational pick.
Yeah, I love it, and maybe more a technician than a ball hawk. He doesn't always find the football, but I think you had the right word, erase. He erases other receivers. He can run with anyone vertically, especially. He can stay in phase. He's smooth, controlled. You won't find him out of position, and so I love this pick for Saskatchewan. Like we said, it is the perfect spot for him.
We're moving into the second round now, so let's quickly recap round one. At first overall, the Ottawa Redblacks went offensive lineman Giordano Vaquero out of Purdue. At second overall, the Toronto Argonauts selected offensive lineman Nicholas Henning out of Queens, the first U Sports player off the board. Third overall, the Edmonton Elks went with Daryl Jabome out of Rutgers, the linebacker. Fourth overall, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers selected Wake Forest defensive end Noor Gatkuth. At fifth overall, the Hamilton Tiger Cats went offensive line with Jonathan Dennis out of Louisiana Tech. Sixth overall was the first real shocker. That was Eric Roscoe to the Calgary Stampeders, the linebacker from Angelo State. Then the BC Lions took a receiver in Nate DeMontignac from North Dakota at seventh overall. The Montreal Alouettes gambled on a futures pick in tight end Rohan Jones from Arkansas at eighth. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders wrapped up the first round by selecting Malcolm Bell, the cornerback out of Michigan State. We know which picks we like and dislike in this round. We've talked about that, but who is there out there that you are surprised was not a first round pick? Who's the best remaining player on the board?
Well, for me, it's Wesley Bailey, but that's a futures pick. So that's, I understand why he didn't go. That doesn't really surprise me. I wonder about Kevin Klein. I wonder about Spencer Walsh, two offensive linemen. Klein, a guy that can potentially play tackle in the CFL too. Walsh is an interior guy. Those guys are both first round grades for me. Albert Reese, we talked a little bit about. He's also probably a futures pick, but again, good enough that I could have seen him going the first round. And then there's some other exciting players too, like Emerick Boutin. We're going to probably say his name coming up soon. Darius Bell, I know another guy that teams are probably very high on as an interior offensive lineman from East Carolina. So there's a ton of good players that I thought really had a chance of going in round one that didn't. But the group they selected, I think they make sense. They end up with, I think, think 5 of the 9 guys were guys I had going in the first round. So yeah, it's not out of nowhere.
I will give CFL credits. There's some year CFL teams credit. There's some years I sit here and I go, what are they thinking? What is that team doing? There's not one of those picks in this first round. I think most teams got good value. I think they all got players who can help them either in the short term or in the near future. And there wasn't any egregious reaches through those first 9 selections. I do think it's worth noting that there's some good players out there that are going to fall in this draft because of some injury concerns. I think the big one when you talk about people that were maybe penciled into the first round at one point or another is Rutgers safety J.C.Abbott. He's had surgery on a hernia and also on his hips. He's going to miss most of this season. So maybe if he's healthy, he's somebody who gets in that first round mix, depending on how certain teams saw him. But he's going to fall probably a couple of rounds just because of that immediate injury concern, treated more like a futures pick. There's other guys like that, Devin Cromwell, the other defensive back from Michigan State, who's a freak athlete. He's also got a knee injury that recently underwent surgery. So there are some players that unfortunately are going to fall lower than they would normally because of factors outside their control. And we've got the first pick now in the second round from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. So it looks like they executed a trade of some sort to move up here and select at 10th overall. I will attempt to get the details of that trade for you, but the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, so they received the 10th pick in exchange for pick 13 and a second round pick next year from Ottawa. And they moved up aggressively to get tight end Dante Daniels from NC State. Here's the first stunner of the draft for me, Ben. A massive mountain of a man, but where does he project in the CFL?
Yeah, that's a strange one. We just finished talking about how nobody's made any reaches. This is a guy that I had 89th on my board. And so I know a lot of people were way higher than him, than I was, but I just didn't know what to do with him. I had him listed as a fullback. Is he a fullback? Is he an offensive lineman? This is a strange pick for me. Now what I love the aggressiveness. They clearly love this guy, and they've got a plan for him to make this trade, to go up and get a guy that, there are definitely teams who are thinking, maybe like me, that have him way down on their board, maybe not as far as me, but I was at a loss as to what exactly to do with this guy. He's physical, good toughness as a fullback, a willing blocker, good contact player. But yeah, the limited versatility, I don't see him with a lot of roles. So what's your explanation for what Winnipeg's gone and done here?
Well, they clearly needed some depth at fullback tight end, right? Michael Krisyk, who they selected a few years ago, is more of a running back type. They haven't had a ton of success there. So I understand the need to go with that position. I don't fully understand the logic here with this particular player. 6'6", 271 pounds. Those are fantastic measurables. You cannot dismiss that. But this isn't the NFL. This isn't a run game sort of tight end, or maybe they're hoping to add him as such in there. But even when I was watching him in the run game at NC State, I did not think he was an overly physical blocker. I thought he could overwhelm people with size at times, but I didn't think he bent particularly well. I didn't think he was particularly technical either. And my initial impression just from the measurables was, okay, somebody's going to take him and convert him to offensive line. He can be a tackle in the future because he can move as a tight end. You add 30 pounds on him. You teach him how to block better. But he goes out at his pro day and he puts up 7 reps on the bench.
Right.
Does that make you confident about a guy who's going to be a rugged run blocker? There's a lot of concerns for me in terms of the fit with Dante Daniels. Now, the Bombers would not have done this without a plan. There are very few trades in the CFL draft. To be this aggressive is unusual. but I think it's a major reach on a player you could have gotten much later in the draft. And from whether it's his measurables or his production or the tape study, I'm just not seeing the same thing that the Bombers are seeing.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like you want to see a mountain of strength from a guy that you're projecting as, I guess, a very large fullback at 6'5", 271. But yeah, those 7 bench reps. I remember. I think I texted you after I saw those numbers and asked if this was a mistake or a typo because I thought, well, this surely that's 27 and or 17 maybe, and someone's forgotten a digit. But yeah, I tried to rationalize that in my head, and I couldn't do anything with it. And that's one of the reasons that he's so far down on my board.
And let's be clear, the bench press is not the most important of combine tests. You grade it on a curve like anything else, but I would argue it's the least important for a number of positions, and just overall, because gym strength does not necessarily mean football strength. But what 7 bench reps does indicate when you're that big and your job is to be a blocker is it gives you a red flag about maybe how much this guy's in the gym, right? Is he
Yeah.
in there putting in the work needed to be a better athlete? That wasn't the only underwhelming result, right? He vertical jumps 24 and a half inches. He runs a 5'6". Certainly from a tight end perspective, even with his size, that's not great. It would be solid for an offensive lineman, but again, he's got to add strength, and that 24 and a half vert isn't elite by offensive line standards either. So I'm sure our own John Hodge will be holding Winnipeg's feet to the fire tomorrow, asking them about what their plans are for Dante Daniels. But this to me is a confusing fit unless you're going to specifically isolate his role as that 6th offensive lineman or 7th body in run heavy packages. That's really the only thing I can see him doing right now. And I think there are better players out there in this draft at doing the same thing.
Yeah, I think you talked about the importance of bench press. Like to me, it's like you said, it's an indicator of work ethic. And again, I'm not saying I don't know enough about Dante Daniels to say, oh no, he doesn't have work ethic. He probably does. I'm sure that Winnipeg has done their homework
Mhm.
here. But those numbers, that's the first thing I think when I see low bench press numbers. And with Vert and with 40 times, this gives me an indication of what sort of athlete we're dealing with here. And so for those both to be low, maybe there's a story. Maybe there's that explanation as to why he's testing this way, or maybe that doesn't matter to them. Maybe Winnipeg's looking at this and say, I don't care what he benches. I don't care how high he jumped. I watched the film and I can see him doing this for our football team. And that's what you should do as a scout. And again, the reason I love it is that I don't see it. And I get excited about that because clearly the brass in Winnipeg, they see something they feel very confident in. I'm
Mhm.
excited to see if it works out. Like I'm cheering for this to work because I think that helps educate me as a talent evaluator and see, well, what did I miss here? Because clearly they felt really good about this guy, and they clearly felt other teams did too. So maybe they did. Maybe we're the only ones that are looking at this right now as a strange pick. But yeah, I did not see that one coming. I didn't know. I really didn't expect him to be drafted at all, let alone
Mm.
traded up for at the start of round 2.
Yeah, I thought he'd be drafted, but I expected it to be much later than this. Maybe part of the context of this conversation and what would persuade the Bombers into the fact that potentially there were some other teams out there interested in him was the fact that there were a good number of CFL teams at Dante Daniels' pro day. Not
Yeah.
every team goes to every pro day. I believe 7 were at NC State for his pro day, which really piqued my interest when John Hodge reported that. We were told that that was mostly because Noor Gatku's pro day was the next day, very close by. And so teams were in town already and they just stopped over. But potentially the Winnipeg Blue Bombers were making this their number one stop on the pro day circuit because they wanted to evaluate a player that they valued so highly and clearly fell in love with.
Yeah, and I think like that was my initial thought too, is that there's so much traffic down there for his pro day because, as you pointed out, there was a bit of a circuit that that CFL scouts could make and cover a lot of ground, and they all ended up at this NC State pro day. Maybe you're right. Maybe Winnipeg went down there thinking, hey, we're going to get a good look at this guy. Whoa, what is everyone doing here? We better make a move and make sure we get our guy at the top of round 2.
Well, the Toronto Argonauts are on the clock at 11th overall. It's taking a little bit longer than it typically does for a second round selection. We know that they went offensive line in round 1 with Nicholas Henning. That was a need for this team. Do you have any inkling as to where they will go at this stage in the draft?
I don't think they're going to go. I don't think they're going to double up and go offensive line again. But I don't know that would be a bad idea though, because there's some guys in here that I'm excited about. I mentioned Kevin Klein and Spencer Walsh. I like both of those guys. I don't expect it, but I think that would still be a smart move for the Toronto Argonauts. But you could go elsewhere too. I really like the idea of Emerick Boutin. They don't really have a fullback that I'm comfortable with on their roster right now. Him out of Laval, 6'2", 230, maybe one of the most complete fullback / tight ends in this draft class, and can do a little bit of everything. He's one of those high IQ football guys. You watch that Laval film, and he's never in the wrong place. He's very reliable, doesn't miss his blocks, can do a little bit of everything. So I think that might be a nice pick for the Toronto Argonauts, and is probably a need for them. I know Ryan Dinwiddie didn't use tight ends sometimes at all. Sometimes he didn't have any tight ends dressed. Actually, quite frequently, didn't have any tight ends dressed. And probably had more wins as a Toronto Argonauts head coach than his tight ends had receptions during his tenure in Toronto. That's not hyperbole. I think that's actually accurate. But now with a new coaching staff, we'll see. Maybe they look at the tight end position very differently. Maybe that's a direction they might go in round 2.
Well, Ben, hold your breath because it's another shocker. At least it is for my board. I'm not sure how you stand on this particular player, but 11th overall, the second U Sports player taken, running back Isaiah Smith from Guelph.
Well,
this kid is huge. He's just under 6 foot, 230 pounds. There's some really promising athletic measurements, 33-inch arms to help with the blocking, explosive over 10 feet in the broad jump, 36 and a half in the vert. But I saw an inconsistent player on film, a guy who flashes dominance at times, but wasn't always the feature back and sometimes ran himself into trouble and wasn't as physical as you would expect from a guy of this size. Did you see it differently? And what are the Argos thinking with this pick?
It's a surprise for me. I do have him as my number 1 running back, but I didn't think this was a particularly strong running back draft class. I have Isaiah Smith as the 45th player on my board, and the reasons are pretty much what you highlighted. Like I love how he looks. He certainly looks the part at 5'11", 230. He's a beast
off the
of a
bus
man.
first.
Yeah. Like he looks great in that Guelph backfield. There's no question about it. But yeah, he doesn't really do the things that you expect a big back to do. He doesn't have that sort of. He doesn't play with elite power. You expect him to bowl people over, and yet I think more often than not, he bounces it outside. And he does have decent speed. He's quick. He's shifty. He's got good burst. Certainly, I think he finds space well. He's one of those players too, where when the hole's there, he does seem to hit that gear quickly. That first 10 yards goes fast for him. He's a nice change of pace back potentially. He's certainly got special teams value. There's no question. But I think there's still players on this board that I would. Well, I know there are a lot of players on this board that I would have taken over Isaiah Smith. But if you're Toronto and you're thinking, I don't know exactly what the situation is in the backfield right now, and it is confusing for that Argonauts backfield. Like I don't really know who their definite lead back is. It's likely going to be Spencer Brown, but for Isaiah Smith to come in there and to be able to compete, they don't have Dan Adeboboye anymore. I think at the very worst, they've got a potentially great special teams player, but it still feels like a reach for me at the start of the second round.
Potentially, this is your Dan Adeboboye projection, right?
Yeah.
Thicker, more physical back. I think there is special teams value there. 7 career tackles. He's got the length that you want in somebody who will have to get off blocks. I think it's more of a projection at this stage than a sure thing, but all the tools are there. I also think he can contribute a little bit as a receiver. It was mostly screens and swing passes last year at Guelph, but he was very productive there. But to have the context, even though he's the number one back on my board, your board, I think most people's board, and we may not see another running back taken until the later rounds, if at all, because there's not a lot of depth in that class. This is not a guy who was even the number one running back on his team for stretches. And the other guy's draft eligible. Donovan Malloy, their little scat back, was far more productive for most of Isaiah Smith's career at Guelph. And he was the big body change of pace guy. So potentially he gives you that running back, fullback flexibility because of the build. You can't dismiss the size. I certainly expected him to go in the 4th round, maybe the back end of the 3rd round because of scarcity and the value of that enormous frame. But here at 11th overall, like, there are guys that I think can be starters, if not this year, next year, still on the board. And Isaiah Smith is not one of the guys I had pegged in that regard.
Yeah, I don't see it like that either, but clearly they much like the Winnipeg pick, again, I find picks like this intriguing. I'm excited to see him on the field because clearly I've missed something, or clearly I see it differently than the Toronto Argonauts. And so, yeah, I want to see what they saw. And again, like all these players, I'm cheering for him. I hope Isaiah Smith does well. He's certainly going to feel very comfortable at Argos training camp at the University of Guelph, that being his home stadium. Yeah, we'll see what he can do. But I think based on how the Argos are set up right now, yeah, he does have a legitimate shot to fight for carries right away. And maybe the Argos look at it and say, yeah, he can be Dan Adeboboye, and Dan Adeboboye would certainly be worth a pick at this stage. So if that's what he can turn into, then yeah, then in that case, the Argos will have gotten it right. But yeah, I don't know, like you said, I don't know if we see even 4 running backs drafted in this draft. It just wasn't a strong running back class. There were only 4, I think, total at the combine. I think maybe 3 of those guys get drafted today. We'll have to see.
And this isn't a young Argos staff underneath Jim Barker. He's bringing some people along. Marcus Grandison, Nate Bickford, Afram. I apologize, Afram. I'm blanking on your last name, but new scouts, guys who are putting their stamp and their reputation on the lines here. Clearly, they have seen something in this player, and kudos to Jim Barker for letting somebody in that organization, whether it's him or somebody else, stick their neck out and pound the table for a guy. If Isaiah Smith is the projection that could be the next Daniel Adeboboye, then we'll be eating crow in a few years. Pick 12 is in, and the Edmonton Elks, as they are so oft to do under this current regime, go with a UBC Thunderbird defensive back, Benjamin Sangmua. This kid is an athletic freak, ran a 4.44 40 right in front of me at the UBC Pro Day. Uber productive, but has only been playing football for 5 years. There's some tentativeness to his game. Some people identify that as somebody who's still learning, was rushed from position to position, and maybe doesn't have the understanding to make the plays that he needs to. Other scouts out there have told me, well, they think he's a little bit soft, that he's not willing to get physical. Ben, where do you stand on that debate, and where do you see Sangmua fitting in with the Elks?
I like the potential in Semu. He's a guy with a very high ceiling, but I don't know. I think the floor is potentially low. I think this could go poorly because he's very raw, and teams don't necessarily have forever to bring these guys along. The pick's exciting because of that potential athleticism. I think Sengmua maybe one of the more explosive guys in this draft. I love his straight line speed. It is elite. His explosion's elite. But yeah, I saw a very raw player on film, late to diagnose, late to react. His tackling form didn't really impress me. He missed a little too many. I don't know if it was from tentative. I didn't necessarily see that, but there were players that got by. I think he's a developmental safety with a high athletic upside. I think he's a guy that's not going to see starting spot, I think, anytime soon. But with that athletic potential, it's rare. You get a guy like this at 6 feet, 198, who can run and move like he did. at the combine. I think that is, or as pro day, that's a very intriguing thing. And I think if you feel like you can do something with that level of athletic talent, then it's worth spending a pick on.
And the Elks are very comfortable taking UBC Thunderbirds. They will have done their due diligence on Benji because Spencer Bohm, who runs much of their Canadian drafting, was a player first and then a coach under Blake Nill, who's the head coach at UBC. He's got deep ties to that program. You've seen it in the guys that they drafted before. You've seen it in the guys that he drafted out of UBC when he was with the Hamilton Tiger Cats. He will pound the table for these guys and stake his claim. And more often than not, he's right, because UBC does a tremendous job of recruiting raw athletes. And it cannot be understated that this is a player who has 5 years of football experience. He graduated from grade 12 and then he began playing football at the prep school level before coming to UBC and was instantly a starter. He's played cornerback. He's played free safety. He played Sam linebacker last year. And frankly, I think it was a disservice to him to move him around so much because he never truly got comfortable at any one spot. But if you're the Edmonton Elks and Royce Metier is still hurt for you, you don't have any real insurance behind Tyrell Ford besides Jarrell Cummings, who's another UBC guy, but again, size deficient. This was a desperate need for them to come into camp with a guy who can contribute as a defensive back, spot starter, special teamer with high upside. If you have the trust that I know that organization does in the evaluations of players from this school, I can understand why you go in that direction. And you could not be betting on higher upside. Like, he's got a minicamp invite from the Indianapolis Colts for a reason. He is a super freak.
Yeah, he is. And I'm more comfortable with him probably being a long-term safety than I am anywhere else. And so they would have to juggle that around if they need him in, or decide for sure once and for all. Because like you said, it hurts these players when they bounce around from position to position. I still feel to this day that Ezekiel Tied, who we mentioned for some reason earlier in this draft, a pick from last year's draft, who, or is it 2 years ago? Actually, 2 years ago's draft. But yeah, a player, just an amazing athlete, but he was everything from quarterback to receiver to DB. And he never really got a chance to develop anywhere. He's now a receiver in the CFL. But yeah, I hope with Semu, it's a situation where they have a plan for him. They put him in there and they're saying, this is what you are, whether it's a safety or a sandbacker, or, he's got the athleticism to play corner. But whatever it is, don't change your mind and teach them the fundamentals. You've got time with him. It's going to take time. And he's got the athleticism to be able to turn into something really special. Just don't derail his progression by moving him around needlessly.
Well, the Ottawa Redblacks have made their selection at pick number 13, the pick that they got when trading back with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers when they went out and got Dante Daniels. And they've also gone with a tight end fullback type. They've taken Emerick Boutin out of Laval, who was the second ranked tight end on my board versus the fifth ranked in Dante Daniels. So at least in my assessment, they traded back and got a better player at the same position. How do you feel about this pick?
Yeah, I love Emerick Boutin. He's another one of those guys where you just can't go wrong. He will be a very good CFL player. He's number 2 for me as well in terms of positional grade. He's my number 10 overall. One of the most complete fullback / tight ends in this class. He can block, he can catch. You can line him up anywhere, and he did at Laval. He was all over the place. You can line him up in line if you want. You can have him coming across the formation, kicking out. Really high IQ, disciplined football player, and is going to be an immediate contributor. He's a day one contributor on special teams, and I think he can be a day one contributor on offense if you want him to be.
He really could. And I think there are things about Emerick Boutin that need to get a little bit better at the next level. He needs to get better on special teams. He could learn that from Marco Dubois, another former Laval player who they have similar top end speed, which is an interesting situation to be able to learn from that guy. I think he could get a little bit more physical as a blocker. He's still been learning that from Anthony Auclair the last couple seasons after converting from receiver. But in terms of the special ability to get open as a tight end, to flex out into the slot, and to be a contributor in the passing game, there's nobody better than Emerick Boutin. My comp for him will be very familiar to Ottawa Redblacks fans. That is Patrick Lavoie, who was so impactful for that team in their early days when they made it to Grey Cups and eventually won. I think Boutin can play that role for this football team. And it's maybe a little bit strange because Ryan Dinwiddie doesn't love fullbacks, as you've highlighted in his time with the Toronto Argonauts, but this guy isn't a true fullback, right? He's somebody who can be a weapon in the passing game, and everybody can use that.
And he said to me, because I've asked him before, I think it was a few years ago, what he had against fullbacks, and he didn't have anything against fullbacks. I guess it was just that he hadn't found the right one, and maybe this was a chance for Coach Dinwiddie to come into Ottawa and say, you know what, we're going to spend an early draft pick. We're going to find my fullback, a guy that I'm comfortable with, and for him it was Emerick Boutin, and that's why they made the pick. So I'll be interested to see. I really will be watching because I want to know, is it that he just didn't have the right guy in Toronto? Because there's some pretty good fullbacks that came through the Argos system over the last 6 years, or 5 years, but just never really were a featured part of Ryan Dinwiddie's offense. So is he a coach that is going to make use of Emerick Boutin? I really hope so, because he's a fun player to watch.
At 14th overall, the Hamilton Tiger Cats have made their second round selection, and it's receiver Malik Mega from Coastal Carolina. This is a player who has signed with the Carolina Panthers because he is a physical freak, at least from a testing perspective. He's cut up at 6'3". He runs in the low 4.4s, potentially high 4.3s, depending on who you believe. And he's got some tremendous special teams value. I've had people tell me maybe he can become the best gunner in the league, but as a receiver, he has really struggled to produce and doesn't look nearly as fast on tape as what he looks like in gym shorts, given the fact that the Ticats are going to have to wait for him and he has those concerns. How do you imagine that Mega is going to pan out?
I do think Mega is going to come up to the CFL. I don't think his game is polished enough for him to stick with the Panthers, but it was interesting that he was, I think he latched on almost immediately. And so clearly there were a number of NFL teams that had their eye on him. I think he's, like you said, he's an amazing athlete, like 6'3", 205, runs a 4.43. He's got 20 reps on the bed. Like this is a physical specimen we're talking about. He's got that prototypical size, speed part going on as an athlete, looks the part immediately. He can be a physical blocker. I think there's some real potential special teams upside with him. But yeah, watching his tape was not what I expected to see. A very raw route runner. His production never really matched the tools that he has. So I think there's a little bit of a boomer bust development potential with Malik Mega in Hamilton. But I do think the Tiger Cats will get a look at him. If it's not this year, then probably next year. But if he can find a way to convert what he can do while testing and really have that show outside of special teams, then I think Hamilton's going to have a special player because he is one of the most athletic people in this draft.
I've been told that there were multiple NFL teams interested in Malik Mega, and there was even guaranteed money on the table, a significant chunk of change from one team that he turned down because he felt the Carolina Panthers were going to be an exceptional fit for him to get on the field in the NFL as a special teamer. Now, we'll see how that pans out for him. I do think he will be in the CFL eventually, and this is much higher than I would have taken him. I see the special teams value. I see this freakish ability. I think he can contribute as a gunner, but even then, there were times when he overran returners. Like he wasn't great at bringing himself together and actually making those plays. And that's a lot of what special teams is at the CFL level. You've got a 5-yard halo. You can't just fly in like a loose cannon. He's going to have to learn some nuance there. And then as a receiver, I thought he was stiff. I thought he was unsophisticated. I didn't think he had a great feel for space or the ball. I got a chance to see him live down at the College Gridiron Showcase in Texas, and I did not think he impressed when he was down there. This is a player who was a major recruit to Penn State. And a lot of people thought he was going to be the future, the star at Penn State, and it never happened there. And then he goes to Coastal Carolina. And when we talk about a lack of production, the numbers are staggering, right? 51 career games played, just 35 catches for 432 yards. Half of that came this past season. So not a productive player at the highest level in college football, or even at a lower level of competition with Coastal Carolina. You are betting on that special teams ability as a gunner, and then your coaching staff to be able to develop the tools. But when Penn State couldn't do it, are the Hamilton Tiger Cats going to be able to accomplish that?
Yeah, a fun bit of trivia is that I think it was him that caught his first touchdown pass from Christian Villa, another prospect in this draft while at Penn State, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's correct.
Absolutely.
Which is kind of fun. But yeah, he's a Corvette. He great speed. Breaking's not necessarily why you get a Corvette, but man, they're fun. They're fun to drive, and I think Mega is. You can't help but be tempted. You just look at that athleticism, and you're like, man, this guy could be something special. So I'm pulling for him in Hamilton. I think it'll be fun to see him get on the field for the Ticats.
And to be fair, there are recent comps of big-bodied, freakishly athletic, fast receivers that weren't very productive at certain points in college, having good or being drafted highly by CFL teams and having success. Nick Mardner, Damian Alford. The difference between those two guys and Malik Mega is they were productive at one stop in their college career and then not productive afterwards. Mega just hasn't shown it at this stage as a receiver. The BC Lions have selected at 15th overall defensive back J.C.Abbott out of Rutgers. He's been playing college football for basically as long as I've been alive. I think it's 7 seasons. He sued the NCAA in order to be able to play last year for the Scarlet Knights. Has been uber productive, a 3-time finalist for the John Cornish Trophy as the top Canadian NCAA football player. But there's some debate as to whether he's going to be a safety or a Sam linebacker at the CFL level. And of course, he's not going to be available this season or for the majority of this season due to a number of surgeries that he's undergone. So some medical concerns as well. Where do you project Elad fitting in with the BC Lions?
Yeah, it's a good question. And they've got some time to figure it out. It's hard to evaluate players that aren't able to test. And so we had a height and a weight for J.C.Abbott, but that was it. And so you really have to rely heavily on that film. Funny enough, I had him as my 15th overall prospect, and here he gets drafted 15. So I was obviously thinking along the same line as the BC Lions. I really like him. I hate not being able to see testing numbers, but from what I saw in film, yeah, he's there's a lot to like. He's very experienced, as you said. It's maybe a more polite way than the way you said it. A high usage defensive back, smart, disciplined, doesn't get out of position. Tackling inconsistencies, maybe a little bit of a concern, and positionally where you stick him. I think I can safely project him as a depth DB and special teams player. I just don't know where in that defensive backfield I want to put him. My instinct says safety, but maybe this is a player that can play that Sam linebacker position. So I'm interested to see what they do with him. But like you said, it probably won't be this season.
Personally, I'm more comfortable with him closer to the box. He was very versatile in college at all of his stops. He'd play up high, he'd play in the slot, he'd play down as a strong safety. And I thought he was at his best when he was closer to the box. When he was up high, he's got the range to play it. That's not a problem. I wasn't super concerned with that. I don't think he has the greatest of ball instincts up high. And I thought he encountered some difficulties as a tackler in space that he didn't when he was closer to the line of scrimmage and had a clear picture and was just able to shoot gaps and be aggressive in that way. I think with his slot coverage experience and that level of physicality, you're looking at somebody who gives you an upgrade over Patrice Rene in the future, who has played that role for the BC Lions and even started games at Sam linebacker. He can be a better version of what Rene has been able to offer the past few seasons once he's healthy. And when you're looking into the long term, Christophe Beaulieu coming off the injury, he's not going to be ready until late in the season. And you've got Jackson Findlay in the building. I don't know that you're going to be able to keep a hold of him in free agency. This gives you more insurance at the defensive back position. Ben, sorry, I had to catch my breath there because the Toronto Argonauts pick just came in, and it is yet another doozy. Somebody who was way lower on both of our boards. It's defensive back Ethan John out of Windsor. This is an American player who gets his Canadian status by virtue of playing for more than 3 years and graduating from a U Sports institution. 5'9", 189 pounds, had to come through the invitational combine because of his size. I really like the player and the skill set. I thought he was twitchy. I thought he was aggressive. I thought he grinds out through blocks and makes tackles better than other DBs of his size. But when you're drafting at 16th overall and there's some pretty good defensive backs available, I was not expecting to see 5'9" Ethan John come off the board here in the second round.
No, it feels early for me too. I like Ethan John simply because he's another one like me, cursed with having two first names that I'm sure everybody calls him John wherever he goes, just like I get called Grant all the time. But yeah, as a defensive back, I like him. But he was my 11th ranked defensive back, 41 overall for me. I worry about size with him. He measured in at 5'9", 189. Everything else I liked. It's just that's one of those things where I usually am inclined to wait a little bit later once you get down into 5'10", 5'9", 5'8". That makes me nervous. Now, what I saw in film, tough, high motor defender, always around the ball, a very strong tackler in space, and he's good with run support. I didn't feel like he tracked the ball extremely well downfield, and so that was a concern to me. And I actually saw him as a Sam linebacker projection. I wondered what the Argos will do with him, because I don't feel like the Argos have that in the cards for him. They've obviously got a different plan, and so we'll have to see. I have to think they're thinking safety, but yeah, that's a bit of an interesting one for me. He's got team's upside for sure, but again, that height just makes me a little nervous. I like everything else about the player, but that's a big thing for me.
I will say this. He's in my top 100. I didn't have him in, I had him in that 8th round range. I like him a lot more than that. But the limitations when it comes to size and on special teams are significant. People will tell you it's very, very difficult for even the best 5'9" DBs to have success at the CFL level. Now, I think that's a little bit unfair because we pin that on Canadians, but we don't have the same expectation of most Americans. And after all, Ethan John is an American in this case. But there are going to be challenges for him in that role. And I do think the Argos have a comp in the building, or at least a comparable. Not that they're the same player, but Jonathan Edouard, I loved coming through the draft. And he goes undrafted in large part because of his size. And that was a lesson I had to learn in terms of when I'm prognosticating and seeing where guys fit is, well, these players aren't going to be valued at all because of that height. And I've adjusted my evaluation process accordingly. But Edouard has been a good little player for the Toronto Argonauts. I think you could argue that Ethan John can be in that same range. Now, I still think it's very rich for this position in the draft, but arguably a player that should have been higher in rankings based on talent alone just doesn't have the measurables.
Yeah, I think, some things do jump out. Like I'm so impressed. Anytime you got a 5'9", like 180-pound DB that throws down 19 reps on a bench, like
Mhm.
that's a guy that is a hard worker. There's no question about that. That tells me that before I even see the guy play football. So, that would be one of those things that I think probably speaks to character. I would imagine this is a guy that blew the Argos staff away in interviews, and that's the reason why you see him drafted so high, why we have him down the board, me at 41, you a little bit lower, because we weren't in there to be able to see him interview with teams and see how he handled things. And my guess is this is a player that loves football, that loves contact, loves the physicality of it, loves everything there is about the training and the stuff that nobody else or that not everybody else likes. He probably does.
Absolutely. And I think part of this equation that does need to be discussed when we talk about these quote unquote reaches, we don't know what other teams' boards are. We don't know how they saw Ethan John. But generally, when you're playing the odds, his size coming out of the invitational, you could have probably got him much lower in the draft. And not only is your job as a general manager or a team to draft the best players, it's also to get value for those selections. And if you could pick up Ethan John and he becomes a contributor for you in the 6th round, to me, that's a much better pick or a conversation than taking him at 16 overall, where there is other impactful players available. You just give yourself more odds to make better selections.
What light through yonder window breaks, JC. The Montreal Alouettes have made a pick. Shakespeare
Indeed, they
Lewis
have.
out of
17th overall, another smaller defensive back in Shakespeare Lewis from southeastern Louisiana, 5'10, 196. He's a local kid from Quebec. You know, I thought he was in the middle of the pack in the DB group. I thought he was physical at times coming down, but didn't necessarily have the length to get off blocks and make tackles. That makes me a little bit scared for special teams, but a guy who has played a lot of football at Robert Morris and then at Southeastern Louisiana, started a lot of games at safety. What did you see there when watching Shakespeare Lewis, Ben?
He was a pretty interesting player to watch. Very different, actually. I have them closely ranked.
Mm.
He and Ethan John. Ethan John, my 11th ranked DB. Shakespeare Lewis was my 13th ranked DB, 50th overall. I wasn't expecting to see, I guess, as physical a player as I ended up seeing on film. He's explosive. He's this downhill defender who loves contact, which you're not always looking for from a 5'10" player. Strong tackler, good instincts. A little bit limited in terms of coverage range. I saw him as a little bit stiff. But yeah, I think he's got some interesting potential, and I love the name. Absolutely love the name. I think that's fantastic. My favorite name in this year's draft for sure. So I was hoping he'd be drafted. I didn't think it would be this early, but like we said with the last pick with the Argos, they obviously see stuff they like. It's probably that physicality. What I want to complain about here, JC, is you talk about teams discriminating against height over years and causing us to change the way we evaluate players. Where was this love for the shorter guys, the shorter DBs, when Eric Colonna was up and I was under the table for
I
him
knew you would get an
third
Eric Colonna
round?
reference on here.
He's
Oh
he's
man,
he's one of my favorite Canadian DBs over the last few years. Did not get drafted, did not stick, but he's still working around the game of football and helping younger football players out. But yeah, they a couple of years ago it wasn't playing, but here in this round, Shakespeare Lewis, Ethan John, the shorter DBs are getting some love.
the short kings reign supreme in the second round of the CFL draft, and good on them. There's so many players like Eric Kalonga over the years that I've loved that just haven't gotten the shot that they deserve because of height. Maybe we're seeing a corner being turned here, and there's some other shorter DBs that I'll be interested to see where they land with Shakespeare Lewis. I think you make a good point. There is some stiffness there. You see that in his testing. He doesn't necessarily have the lateral quicks. He's got functional range, but I don't think he's overly twitchy. And again, I have some difficulty projecting him getting off of blocks just because of his lack of arm strength or arm length on special teams. But this was a need for the Montreal Alouettes. They needed to get deeper in the secondary because I think there's a potential that they could start, a Canadian at Sam. They could start a Canadian at safety. They could do both because they've got Jonathan Sutherland in the building now after a considerable wait, and they've got some talented players behind him in Arthur Hamlin and Nate Beauchemin, who they drafted in the second round last year. Shakespeare Lewis helps you with that depth, and clearly they feel strongly about this player. Use him in my mid-tier of DB, again, deflated because of the height. Perhaps we got to change the process going forward, Ben.
Yeah, I like him. Another guy that I like around the football. I would love to see him try out that Sam position because he's short, but he's got weight to him. I think he weighed in at 196. I don't know if he's going to displace Murray necessarily at that Sam linebacker spot, but maybe in time. He's got some great guys to play next to if that's the case. They've always got good linebackers. Montreal, Beverett and Canton Arcou this year. But you're right, that safety room is very backed up. So yeah, I would love to see Shakespeare Lewis get a shot at Sam linebacker in this preseason.
At 18th overall, the Saskatchewan Roughriders go with a different position, but a same vein of conversation. Dylan Jete out of Alabama State, a smaller receiver, absolutely fantastic athlete, 39.5-inch vertical, explosive, fast, everything you want to see. I thought he made some of the best catches of any player in this draft just because of the way he was able to control and contort his body. But at his size, very little special teams value, which is normally a concern for CFL receivers. Is this guy a start or bust guy? I saw Jete as a start or bust player. Clearly, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, with their need at receiver, thanks to the release and suspension of Joe, felt that they needed somebody who could step in right away, and Jete is their guy because of the athletic upside.
And unlike Joe, this is a guy that nailed his testing. His numbers came in better than I was thinking they were going to be. That vert at 39.5 raised my eyebrows. He ran a 4.5 as well. Didn't bench, and that, again, as I've talked about before, always causes me to raise the other eyebrow. But I like what I saw on film from Jete. Explosive straight line speed, vertical threat who could stretch the field. That's exciting for Saskatchewan, certainly. A little limited in his change of direction, his route precision, I think could use a little bit of work too. But again, we're talking about a guy that's got some time for development. This situational deep threat is something that he can sort of be right away as he looks to make more time for himself as a receiver in that Saskatchewan offense. But yeah, a guy I like a lot. I had him at 28 overall, which isn't miles off here. And in kind of mixed in with a bunch of receivers who I had all around the same area in Carter, Kettle, Nolan Ulm. Like these guys are all sort of grouped together for me. I had Meta kind of in that bunch as well.
Yeah, he was lower in my board because of the lack of special teams value on talent and receiving ability alone. He would have been bumped up considerably more. Clearly, I think this is a good fit for him with the Riders. My question mark with Jete is his career trajectory. He comes in as a freshman with Wofford, is extremely productive, over 400 yards receiving, looks like a guy who's going to be a stud for a long time. Then not a bunch of production in his second year, drops off even further as a junior. He clearly fell out of favor there, transferred to Alabama State, regained sort of his initial footing, getting back up to that 400, 500-yard mark with Alabama State last season, but never quite captured the glory that I was expecting him to as a college player. You've got to be pretty confident in your evaluation of the person to bet on a guy this highly when he has that sort of career trajectory and say, no, there was other factors that prevented him from being successful. And we believe that we can maximize the unique abilities that he has, which is undoubtedly his athleticism, his hands, and his body control. He is so much more reliable than those guys. It's notable. Like, we've had Jete come off the board here. Nick Senecal, who is the leading receiver for Hawaii just a year ago, has yet to be picked. And That's because he doesn't have those explosive athletic traits. This is a traits-based league. Jete offers some elite traits.
Yeah, and but with Senecal, who I'm sure we'll call his name pretty soon, but yeah, it doesn't. But we've seen you just mentioned a Joe, but a guy that didn't, after his combine, everyone's like, well, this I don't know if this guy's going to be able to play in the league, and then obviously he performed at a very high level, and so it's not combine isn't the be all and end all with receivers, but it's true. Like Senecal, this time last year, we were projecting as maybe one of the top picks in the 2026 draft because of the season he had at Hawaii. He had a down year. I think some injuries were involved there. And change of quarterback, that matters too. He'd had the same guy for 3 straight years and performed very well under him. Suddenly a new QB in the room, that can be a reason that your production drops off. So I expect him to be called soon, but it is interesting. I did not expect to see, I expected DeMontignac to be picked ahead of Senecal. I didn't expect to see Mega picked ahead of him or Jete. So yeah, we'll see when he comes off the board.
We're now into those additional picks granted to franchises for playing the most Canadian snaps last year. That'll be the Edmonton Elks at 19th overall here, and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at 20th overall. Some people view these as, bonus selections, freebies, as you will. Sometimes that allows teams to be a little bit more, how shall we say, risky with some of the gambles on futures picks. Do you think we could see some of those NFL guys start to go off the board here with these next few selections?
I do think so because I think it's really good value at this point. I would love to see someone take a shot at some of the guys we've talked about. Wesley Bailey would be the top guy for me at this stage. But if we're talking about futures picks, I think Albert Reese the fourth probably comes into play. I think it's probably still a little early, maybe not for Rene Conga, but I think one of those three guys makes total sense with your bonus pick. You're playing with house money, or at least it feels like that. Why not swing for the fences with one of those guys and hope that when they eventually get up here, if they do, then you've got a winner.
Absolutely. This is where that appetite starts to happen. And we see it happen right there with the Edmonton Elks at 19th overall. We know that they value Canadians in the trenches. They put a big poker chip down on Wesley Bailey from Louisville, who is currently with the LA Rams, an absolutely exceptional athlete who can bend the edge, contribute as a speed rusher. I think he could be a potential all-star if and when he comes up to the CFL. Is this the right gamble for Edmonton right now, considering where they've been as a franchise?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite picks in the draft so far, and I don't even know if we'll ever see Wesley Bailey. I think we will, but it is a risk. But this is the right time to take it if you're Edmonton because it, as I said, is that house money pick. I love what they're getting. Man, did you? Is there any team you had more fun watching this offseason than Louisville?
Oh,
Between
absolutely not.
yeah, what we saw from those two guys on the defensive line. Wesley Bailey, yeah, everything you want. 6'5", 260. He could run. He's got that strength, 27 bench reps, 4.69 40. He can do a little bit of everything. He's an explosive edge rusher. He's got that first step quickness that always catches my eye. Those plays where you think he must have gone offside, but his first step is just that quick. He can win one-on-one with real consistency. Still developing a little bit as a run defender and as an edge setter, but I think he's got very high pass rush specialist sort of upside in the CFL. I think if he ends up in the Canadian League, he's going to be another one of those players whose name you hear often because he's a legitimate threat as a defensive end.
Mm. The knock on him from the NFL level isn't the athleticism. It's not the pass rush upside. He checks all of those boxes. He's just not that great as a run defender,
Yeah.
right? I think he has some difficulty setting the edge at times. You see some power as a pass rusher. He can go speed to power when he wants to. It's not his primary skill set. And he does struggle taking on those bigger tackles against the run. That's not a concern for me at the CFL level. I know you still have to defend the run up here, but just ask Matthew Betts. He's not a particularly good run defender. He's got a couple of MODPs as a result because he can get after the passer. Let your offense take care of eliminating the run. Get you a guy who can get after the quarterback. To me, that's what Wesley Bailey is. And I would have gambled on him a little bit higher than this. I think it's a fantastic pick from the Edmonton Elks here at 19.
Yeah, I had him at 3 on my board, even knowing that we probably weren't gonna see him for a little bit. That's how much I think of him. But you're right, like, the first red flag I had in my notes here is run defender, edge setter, and yet, like you said, I care far less about those things. Like tackles that are great pass protectors, but not great run blockers, I'm okay with that. I will live with that. And in the Canadian game, I think you can maybe value players on the defensive side of the ball who aren't necessarily great run stoppers if they're great at rushing the quarterback or defending the pass, just like you can with players on the offensive side of the ball who aren't necessarily great run blockers, but they offer you something in pass protection.
At 20th overall, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers go with another futures selection. They take offensive lineman Kevin Klein out of Boston College. This was a guy who was added late to the draft class. He has a Canadian mother, which was able to get him citizenship, despite the fact that he grew up in Boca Raton, Florida, but has signed with the Miami Dolphins. Big, physical right tackle, played alongside Logan Taylor, a Canadian who's eligible for this draft, who was selected in the NFL draft. I think this is a high upside pick for the Bombers. Where did you come down on Klein?
Yeah, I liked him a lot. And another guy that I was willing to take very high. He was my number 5 guy, and I knew we probably weren't going to see him for a little bit. My number 2 offensive tackle, and I do think he can play tackle in the CFL, even if that's not what he ends up doing down south. On that's another team that was fun to watch. Their offensive line for Boston College with those 2 really good guys in Logan Taylor um, and obviously our picker Kevin Klein. But yeah, he I think probably ends up in the CFL at some point, and I think you've got a player who you can try out at tackle and hope he sticks there. And I think he has the ability to at 6'6", 316, very physical. He's steady, got great balance. That's something that stands out for a tall guy that just never seems to get his weight out in front of him at all. He is strong in the run game, and that matters to a team like the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. He's able to generate movement at the point of attack. Not necessarily an elite athlete, but I think he shows enough athleticism, and he's able to compensate with very good technique. So I project him as a reliable starter in the CFL when he eventually gets here, and I do think he will get here at some point. It's just a question of how long Winnipeg will have to wait.
Yeah, a stonewall punch, a mover in the run game. I thought Logan Taylor was a better player because of Kevin Klein being there. I thought he was the driving force behind most of their double teams. We are into round 3 now, Ben, because the Edmonton Elks have gone at pick 21 with a local product, receiver Carter Kettle out of Alberta. I love Kettle. Got a chance to see him down at the College Gridiron Showcase. First of all, super personable dude, looks exactly like a young Eminem and is happy to chat about it if you bring it up. The real Slim Shady now plays in Edmonton in green and gold, but he is buttery smooth, doesn't blow you away with his testing measurables, but plays faster. The type of guy who doesn't like lose speed out of breaks, is able to quickly and smoothly change gears and make some really nice catches as well once he separates. Elks needed receiver depth. I think they've gained some good one in Kettle.
Yeah, I like him a lot. My 26th player, 5th receiver on my board. He's an elite route runner, and he does those things you need to do when you don't run a 4-4. And he wins with deception, with timing. He's got excellent awareness, too, in terms of coverage. So he knows where to sit. That's going to benefit him in the CFL with all that extra space, knowing where to throttle down in between those zones. And he's got reliable hands, toughness in traffic. He doesn't mind going over the middle, making those tough contested catches. So I think he's a really high floor CFL contributor. And I know I want to talk more about Kettle, but we got to keep our eye out because this is usually when things start picking up. And I think it was last year it was 2 years ago, we found ourselves very behind as things started coming in fast and furious here. So we'll keep an eye on the ticker as things keep moving here. But yeah, Kettle's a player that Edmonton fans are gonna love cheering for. Like you said, very a fun guy. When you said I had never put together the Eminem thing, but as soon as you said it, I'm like, yes, he looks exactly like a young Eminem, mind you, but still, yeah, that's uncanny. You actually asked him about that?
Oh, I absolutely did. We had a long conversation about it. He is very personal, from Grovedale, Alberta, just outside of Grand Prairie, so a local product. He got into football, and this is a complete aside, because his nephew, who's a couple years older than him, was in football, which is a strange story. He's sort of the young, late in life kid from his parents, and he had an older nephew who was a football player. He wanted to be like his nephew. You don't hear that very often. 22nd overall, the Toronto Argonauts probably reach with another pick here, although not quite as far in most people's books, with defensive back Louis-Philippe Gauthier out of the Université de Montréal. Won the 40-yard dash at the CFL Combine with a 4.5 flat. 7 of his 8 career interceptions have been in playoff games, Ben, so he's a big-time game performer, including in the Vanier Cup, where he was the defensive MVP. But is he physical enough to translate to the CFL level?
I think he is. I like this pick. I have Louis-Philippe Gauthier at 23 overall. He's my 4th DB. I was very high on him. I watched that Vanier Cup game so many times because there were so many Carabana that we had to take a look at for this year's draft prep. And yeah, I fell in love with him as a defensive back. Smooth mover, clean transitions, smart, really assignment sound defender. They all are. Like, you always get that from the Carabana defenders. You know what you're getting in terms of discipline. And I thought, in terms of crunch time, like, what better than getting a guy who always makes big plays in big moments? I love that. And the funny thing is, he's not necessarily a big playmaker everywhere else. You watch I try to watch at least 3 games of film on everyone that I evaluate. And, he's a guy that when you're not watching the big game, wasn't necessarily as visible, but when the chips are down, he was a guy that delivered. So I really like him. 6'2", 202. He's got that speed that you talked about. I see physicality in him. I see the desire to be physical. I don't see any fear or any trepidation when he's coming through the line. So I get what you're saying there. And he's not a perfect player by any means, but high floor, secondary depth piece for now, who has the chance to really become something.
And I'll say this, when I have concerns about his tackling ability or his physicality, I don't have concerns about this individual's toughness, because Louis-Philippe Gauthier had a tough childhood. His father passed away when he was 3. His biological mother struggled with mental health issues and alcohol addiction, recently passed away. And he took on a lot of that burden, along with his mother of the heart, is what he refers to her as Chantal Rouleau, the Quebec cabinet minister, who was in a relationship with his mother when he was born, and fought a landmark legal proceeding in Quebec court in order to get partial custody of Louis-Philippe. She still goes to every Carabana game. She's been an incredible supporter for him, but he has fought hard in life to get where he is today, and this will be a special moment for him and for that family to finally see it all come to fruition.
Yeah, we talk about some of those indicators that tell you've got a special player. We've talked about the physical ones, the bench press, the 40, where you see something that might indicate something else. Life experience and facing adversity and having to go through some of the things that you just talked about, and to turn into the person that he has, and the football player that he has, to be able to maintain that level of focus through all of those hardships. Most people wouldn't have been able to do it. And the fact that he has, and here he is now as a CFL draft pick, that says something about character, and that says something about the player that the Toronto Argonauts are getting here in the 3rd round.
Absolutely, it does. My concerns with the physicality, you mentioned his size, 6 foot 202. I just think he looks smaller than what you expect from a guy of that size. He stood right in front of me, and I would have pegged him at at 5'10", 190. He's slight in the shoulders, and that becomes a bit of a concern. We've had multiple picks now roll in here all at once because, of course, the draft tracker is delightful in that manner. At 23rd overall with their back-to-back selection, the Toronto Argonauts have gone linebacker Darius McKenzie. At 24th overall, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers went linebacker Charles Elliott Boulin from Montreal. And then at 25th overall, the Hamilton Tiger Cats went defensive back Devin Cromwell from Michigan State. I'll let you hit on McKenzie because he's the Argo. Then I'll go Boulin, and then maybe we'll come back on Cromwell.
Sounds good. McKenzie, South Alabama, 6 feet, 224, fast, physical linebacker who plays downhill, shows strong closing burst to the ball. He does overrun plays at times. You do see that. He's very aggressive, but a special teams impact player right away with, I think, tremendous defensive upside. I had him at 16 and the second linebacker on my board.
Charles Elliott Boulin, this is a guy who wasn't always a full-time starter for the University of Montreal-Carabin. Mohamed El-Shal started more games at middle linebacker, but was always a package player for them and contributed big time on special teams. He's not overly big or long at 5'10", 229, but he's got good girth, and he's somebody who can book it down the field, cover kicks, make some tackles, and separate off of blocks in that manner. He's twitchy side to side. I've heard people liken him to Shane Gauthier, who had a long, successful career in Winnipeg at a time when he was considered a bit of a reach. I think this is a perfect fit there.
Yeah, I like that a lot, and I had him as my 34th player, but my 6th linebacker. I think he's got some real upside. I like him as a player, and I'll move right on to Devin Cromwell, the pick that followed. We're going so fast. I think it was the Ticats that took Cromwell.
Yeah.
Michigan State, again, another fun team to watch for this Canadian draft prep. He was my 30th player overall, 5'11", 200 pounds, twitchy, explosive athlete, great downhill burst. Flashes of dominance in reps, but then would disappear for periods of time too. So a little inconsistent, plays a little bit out of control for me, but I think that that's something that can be reined in. You do see those missed tackles, but it didn't strike me as something that, well, this is not reparable here. I think this is something that you can coach out of a player. So high variance prospects, certainly, but with a lot of upside. There's a lot to like about Devin Cromwell from Michigan State.
Yeah, a guy who's not going to be ready right away because he tore his meniscus at his pro day while jumping an over 11-foot, 3-inch broad jump. I mean, that's ridiculous. Or sorry, I should say he tore his meniscus while jumping the 40-inch vertical and then jumped the 11-foot, 3-inch broad jump. Absolutely ridiculous athlete. The Calgary Stampeders went back-to-back at 26th and 27th overall. I'll hit these two players real quick. Jesu Leomi Ojatalayo, the receiver from Wilfrid Laurier, one of my favorite players in the draft. He was my number 2 receiver, not because I project him as a starter in the receiving core. I think he's a little bit too stiff for that, but he's a physical freak. He's a walk off the bus first guy, and he may be the most dominant offensive special teams player in the league in year one. I'll tell you, somebody told me that in confidence. It may or may not have been a scout for the Calgary Stampeders, so they definitely got their guy here. At 27th overall, they also take Tristan Marois, the defensive lineman from Colorado. Didn't get a ton of reps on defense with the Buffalo, but was excellent on special teams as a big-bodied 6'5", 249-pound guy. He's also got more upside on defense. He showed that at the CFL Combine, has some nice flashes of bend. I think these are two core teamers for this team with potential upside in other areas. At 28th overall, to catch up with the clock, Nathan Udo from the University of Manitoba goes to the Montreal Alouettes. Big physical receiver. Tell us about him, Ben.
Yeah, I'll take this so you can take a breath. That was a marathon there, JC. Nathan Udo out of Manitoba, 6 feet, 215. I had him a lot lower on my board. Those last two guys that you mentioned were in the 20s for me. 76 for Nathan Udo, 12th receiver on my board. But there is stuff to like about his game, obviously, and that's the nice thing about this draft. All of the guys on my board, there are things to like. He's an athletic receiver with speed. It didn't necessarily show up in his 40 time, but I don't see that same player on film. He flashes big play potential, needs polish and consistency. So he's a developmental receiver that is going to have some time to figure some of this stuff out and be able to turn that great size at 6 feet 215, and a guy that uses his size very well on tape too. He'll be able to turn some of those, I guess, rough parts of his game into positives if he's given the time to do so. So lower on my board, certainly, but for Montreal, a team that has a little bit of time to bring him into the fold.
Yeah, big and physical. Doesn't always show it, but when you're looking at projections, you just can't teach that type of size. And that's why you go so high on a guy like Nathan Udo. I think you could have gotten him a little bit later. That's certainly where I would have looked at him. But a player who can project on special teams in a positive capacity because of his unique frame. Ben, we've caught up to the picks here. It appears as if we've got a little bit of a lull on the tracker. Is there any of the guys that we had to pass by on your analysis that you want to circle back and hit on?
Yeah, well, I spent so much time going over Ajutalayo, had Jezuleomi. I think I got that right. I wanted to make sure that I was able to say that right.
He goes by Laomi for the record. He cuts out the Jesu.
Yeah, so Laomi. I really liked him. He was fun to watch from Laurier. I've watched a lot of that Laurier team over the last few years. He was my fourth receiver in that sort of group that I've seemingly got them all bunched together, 22 overall. I really like him because I feel like he's still developing. I still think there's a long way to go for him, and he's already a very good player. Love that size speed combo. 217. That's a great weight for a guy that's running 4.5s, and he's another guy that jumped out of that Edmonton facility at a 38-inch vert. So love the explosion, love the strong physical traits from him. So I was really excited about that pick. Who's the other guy we just missed? Who went right after him?
Well, we've got two more picks come in, so let's hit those.
All right, let's get those here.
At 29th overall, the final pick of the third round, the Saskatchewan Roughriders come back around and get offensive lineman Darius Bell out of East Carolina, a center there with East Carolina. A lot of people had him projected in the first round. I never saw it. I think he's a little bit soft at the point of attack. I know you liked him better than I did. What are the Riders getting with Bell?
Yeah, I had him as my third interior lineman, 12th overall. I think he holds up really well in pass protection. He plays with consistency. There's real starter potential when I saw him. And I think what stood out to me was just a strong base, physical interior offensive lineman that is going to hold the fort, going to protect your man back there. And so I liked his play. I know some people projected him as the top interior offensive lineman on their boards. That wasn't the way I saw it, but I wasn't far behind. I saw him as a second rounder. So I think that's really nice value here for that pick for Saskatchewan.
At 30th overall, the Toronto Argonauts go with one of my favorite people in the draft in receiver Nolan Ulm from Eastern Washington. If we were talking about this player a couple years ago, I think he would have gone much higher, was super productive, but unfortunately, I think he overtrained. He's a bit of a gym rat. He made himself a little bit stiff and suffered a high ankle sprain that he never quite came back from. Missed all of the 2024 season, deferred his draft year, wasn't nearly as productive in 2025, but cut up. A great special teams player, 19 career tackles there with the Eagles at Eastern Washington, and somebody who is going to be as good off the field as he is on the field. He was a AFCA All Good Works team selection in the United States for his charity work regarding single mothers. You're looking at a great guy to be in the community in Toronto. At 31st overall, the Ottawa Redblacks go defensive end Charlie Parks out of the University of Saskatchewan. What do you see in Mr. Parks?
Quick off the ball, strong first step, which I've already talked about how much I love that, seeing that from a defensive end. He wins on angles more than he wins on bend. Doesn't necessarily have that same elite cornering, but I really liked watching his film. We see those flashes of power. He's got a really high floor, I think, as an edge. He's got definite special teams value. He's to me, he looked bigger than the 232 he weighed in at, and I thought that was pretty good on its own. So yeah, 6'4", 232, 15 reps on the bench, ran a 4.87. He's just a strong defensive player that doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and I love that elite first step that I talked about.
He's going to be very good on special teams, but at
For sure.
32nd overall, the Edmonton Elks draft one of our favorite players in the entire draft, offensive lineman Spencer Walsh from Wilfrid Laurier. If this was a different draft class and it wasn't so deep on offensive line and he wasn't coming off a torn ACL, I think you're talking about a player who, from his movement skills, would have been much higher in the draft. He is like a shark in shallow water when you ask him to pull. He's out there aggressive. He strikes fast and hard. There's some development that's needed. He needs to add on a little bit of weight. I don't think he can stick at tackle at the next level. I want him up at 305 to play guard, but really high athletic upside at 32nd overall. And then
Yeah,
at
he's
33rd overall, sorry, Ben,
sorry. No,
we're 2 picks behind.
I know we
now.
gotta go. We gotta go. Let's keep going.
At 33rd overall, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers select defensive back Ethan Stewart out of McMaster University. Very athletic player. Tell me about him.
I really liked him. He was 11 for me overall. He stood out and was my second DB on my board. I realized I was one of the few with him up there, but I saw him as a freak athlete with that 6 feet 223. He's a big guy running a 4.6. He's got really good explosiveness. Loved his 3-cone time. That's one of my favorite drills. 6.82 on the 3-cone. So he's got that elite agility, that change of direction. It shows up on film. Strong tackler, real physical presence. And I think, again, another guy that we're talking about, you can play him in a few different spots. I wouldn't mind seeing him in the box. I wouldn't mind seeing him play at Sam. He's got high floor as a defender. He's got the special teams upside for sure. But I think he's going to be a starter, a McMaster player that I probably enjoyed watching more than any other McMaster player this year, certainly.
The Hamilton Tiger Cats at 34th overall take center Braden Zeman out of the University of Calgary, another offensive lineman who would have gone much higher in a different draft class just because of the depth of talent along the offensive line, but super agile, great tester. He's got all the athletic traits you want. At times, he was even forced to play tackle for the Dinos and showed the athleticism to be able to contribute at that spot. He projects inside at the next level because of his lack of length, but I think he could potentially start at center several years down the line. And at 35th overall, the Edmonton Elks take linebacker Justin Pace out of Queen's University. Lots of physicality, Ben. What do you think about that pick?
Yeah, he's a very physical player. It got him into trouble sometimes. He did. There was a suspension for a late and high hit on, I think it was Waterloo's quarterback. But a player that I knew was going to get drafted pretty high because he's a fun player to watch. Watching him at Queens, if you like physical football, he will bring it for you. Plays a lot bigger than his size and isn't afraid to walk that line a little bit. I think a lot of defensive coordinators really like that, a guy that makes other teams think about him. And while you don't want your guys making illegal hits, you don't want your guys getting suspended, you don't mind the idea of other teams having to think about, man, I got to go up against this guy. I don't know if I've got what it takes to play him. That's exactly what you want to try and create. So I had him 29 overall, my fourth linebacker. Love his instincts. He diagnoses quickly, solid tackler, good angles. Not necessarily elite athlete, but a very strong linebacker with the potential to provide reliable depth and maybe move into a starting spot.
I'm quite frankly surprised that Pace wasn't off the board even a little bit sooner. I know he didn't exactly test as dominant as people would expect, and he's deceptively small, but from a play standpoint, he was great in coverage. He was a heavy hitter, physical. He's everything you want in a Canadian linebacker. At 36th overall, the BC Lions have taken defensive back Pierre Kameni out of Ohio University. Struggled to see the field on defense. He's a little bit stilted at times as a mover, had a fairly circuitous college career, but a very good special teams player with elite size, 6'1", 214, and tremendous length with 34-inch arms. Ben, could this be somebody who is more effective in the CFL even than he was in college?
I think so. Yeah, I think he's going to be a very, one of those guys like we talked about Kerfalo Exume earlier, a guy that really has made his living as a special teams player. I think Kameni's got a chance to earn some playing time as a defensive back too. But I think at the very least, you're going to have a guy that is going to be around for a long time as a special teams contributor. I like him as a safety. I like his frame. He's got a solid athletic profile, comfortable in traffic, doesn't mind getting physical too. I think his processing speed, reaction times are maybe concerns for me. That was, I think, probably why he didn't go a little bit earlier. But as a guy that you're looking at, especially at this stage of the draft, to be a team's contributor and maybe earn his way onto the field as a defender, I think this is a nice pick.
At 37th overall, the Montreal Alouettes go and take the second running back in this year's CFL draft, Liam Talbot out of Windsor. He goes ahead of the starter for the Lancers, Webe Mambo, because of his athletic ability and his special teams upside. Came out of the Invitational Combine, surprised some people with how well he moved. Do you like this pick for the Alouettes?
It's the running backs again. It's not a running back class I love, and he was my fourth ranked running back. I did have him being very draftable. I had him as a sixth round projection. He's a tough runner, competes through contact. He's got solid vision and really nice patience. Maybe the most patient of the four backs that I had in my top 90. But he's a little bit as a running back looks limited in explosiveness, but you see him move freely, and yeah, he's quite an athlete. So I think he's being drafted here as a guy that you can count on as a special teams contributor. I don't know how many touches you're going to see Liam Talbot get. I hope I'm wrong. I'd love to see him turn into an every down back. I just don't think that's what we're going to get from Talbot because he wasn't that, as you said, on the Windsor Lancers.
At 38th overall, I am very pleased to see the Saskatchewan Roughriders select University of Calgary linebacker Osasore Odemwingie. I fell in love with Odemwingie at the College Gridiron Showcase. I thought he was sensational down there, has just natural instincts for the linebacker position, feels it super well, is able to sort through traffic, plays with really good eyes and physicality, but he comes to the CFL Combine and doesn't test well, runs above a 4.9 in the 40-yard dash. Corey Mace says, throw it all out. We like ball players, and Odemwingie is a ball player, in my opinion.
Yeah, I dropped him way down on my board once his testing numbers came in, but I love his film. I just couldn't justify having him any higher with those numbers. It just didn't click for me. That 4.9 640 at 220 wasn't what I was hoping to see. But yeah, you look at the film, strong physical presence inside, plays without fear. It struggled a little bit with balance, a little bit with awareness, but there was a lot to like from his film. He was one of those guys I was hoping to see test really well, and I was really disappointed when those numbers didn't come in. But now I get to change my mood all over again because I'm happy to see him get drafted this early, and I'm excited to see what he can do on the CFL field.
There are certain players you just believe will exceed their physical measurables. To me, he's just one of those guys. I think he's got the mental head start that's needed to overcome his lack of foot speed. And when I compare there, even Devin Verisuk last year, who was incredibly athletic, a far greater athlete in any way, shape, or form than Odemwingie is, but his ability to sort through the traffic and actually make plays between the tackles wasn't at as high a level at that particular event as Odemwingie's was. I'm glad to see someone take the gamble.
I saw sort of Odemwingie, like the thing that stands out with him is there were a few times where I saw offensive linemen getting pushed back, and I was like, "Wait, who's this defensive tackle making this play?" And instead, it was a linebacker in Odemwingie. So yeah, I love that strength.
At 39th overall, the Ottawa Redblacks select Montreal offensive lineman Alessandro Diouf. I know this is one of your favorite players, maybe lacks ideal size, but the RSEQ offensive lineman of the year, I believe a three-time All-Canadian. Resumes don't get much better than Diouf's.
Yeah, strong technician, aggressive play style, really nice use of hands. That's something that I've really come to appreciate over the last few years of doing this. That elite hand placement. Everything hits in the right spot. He's got good recover ability too, and that says a lot to me as an interior offensive lineman. When you do make a mistake, when you do get off balance, or when a defensive tackle is able to make a move on you and you're able to use your athleticism to recover, that speaks volumes to me. A guy that I wish we'd had a few more testing numbers from, but it is what it is. A little undersized for some of those interior battles, but I'm okay with those 6'1" interior guys. I've already made that clear. So developmental center with some upsides, certainly. Any chance we see him play guard, or is he just going to be a center going forward, do you think?
I would be comfortable with him at guard. I know teams see that size and think center automatically, but he's physical, nasty. He can road grade for you. I really like the tape, and if he hadn't been injured, I think he might have gone a little bit higher. But by all accounts, he'll be ready to go pretty soon. At 40th overall, the Toronto Argonauts go with a player that I don't consider a reach at all, which is perhaps a first for their draft class. Frank Vrugdenhill, the offensive lineman from McMaster, was under the radar for the first part of the draft process, but really shone through for a lot of people at the College Gridiron Showcase. And I think he's got massive upside. 6'3", 321, moves like a guy who's 20 pounds lighter, and has a absolutely cement anchor. You cannot move this kid off his spot. And when we talk about guys like Nicholas Henning, who's new to the tackle position, and his athleticism and upside, or Benji Sangmua and what he could potentially do as he develops new to the game as a defensive back, Vrugdenhill deserves to be in that conversation. He did not play high school football. He attended the University of Toronto as a shot putter and walked on to the football team. Didn't really play there because of his first year converting and the pandemic. Picked it up again with the Hamilton Hurricanes, and then his only 2 years of starting experience in U Sports with McMaster. I think his ceiling is much higher, and this is a smart pickup for an offensive line needy team in the Toronto Argonauts.
And
At
probably not a player
41st,
we'll see this year, but like in terms of being a starter, but a guy that could certainly earn his way there.
absolutely. 41st overall, the Ottawa Redblacks take linebacker Benjamin Dobson out of the University of Calgary. Odom Winji's teammate. What do you like about him?
Athletic linebacker. Certainly, he has an ability to find the football wherever it may be. Good closing speed, great effort guy, too. A guy whose engine is always firing. Struggles a little bit in coverage and space, which is probably why he didn't go a little bit earlier. But I do like him as a player who measured in at 6'11", 207. He had a little bit of that size and speed combo that I like to see from a linebacker. My ninth linebacker overall, or ninth linebacker on my board, in 68th overall. But I think his athleticism and his well-roundedness is what's going to make him a special teams contributor right away. And a guy that I still wouldn't necessarily write off is be able to earn some positional time, but I see him more as a special teamer at this stage.
The Winnipeg Blue Bombers at 42nd overall go with York linebacker Broy Clark. Super athletic guy, but an inconsistent profile. Has had an up and down career, mostly a Canadian junior player, 2 seasons at York, but was really limited by injuries this past season. At his best, you see twitch, you see anticipation, you see a guy who can dip under blocks and be effective on special teams. I think there's some DB upside with some of the versatile things that the Bombers do on defense. I really like this fit for this particular player here at pick 42. And then 43rd overall, another special teams linebacker goes to the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and Loic Gagne out of Concordia. Blazing fast player for the Stingers, can chase down kicks. Is he going to be a contributor for the Ticats?
Yeah, he could be. I like Loic quite a lot. He was my 42nd player, and I thought that, he does a little bit of everything. Former DB with great speed, great movement, strong special teams profile immediately. But I like him. I really like him on the defensive side of the ball. He's got good strength. I think one thing that's hurt him is he's sort of got that tweener body style and doesn't necessarily know what he is, but there's a lot of upside for him if he can get a little bit better at shedding blocks and holding his ground. I think that athleticism will probably take over. Love that speed at 4.57, and another guy who's got great explosiveness. So if you can find a way to get onto the football field, I think that's going to be interesting. But I think he'll start as a special teams guy.
Certainly. And maybe a player who has a flag on him because he lost his starting job with the Stingers. That staff wasn't comfortable having him as a full-time player on defense by the end of his career for whatever reason. But chase down team on specials is his speed is unbelievable. He's going to be a guy who can rack up some special teams tackles. And we haven't seen him go yet in this draft, but Aloha Latadres Regimode, one of the fastest players available and certainly one of the fastest players in the RSEQ. The only guy I saw catch him with speed from behind, Loic Gagne, because he's got that level of pursuit speed.
Yeah, he's like Gagne's like a heat-seeking missile on special teams, and he's got an elite ability to get skinny on his way downfield. You never see him get laid out, even though he takes risky angles at times. Those are sometimes plays that end up with you on your backside more often than not, and it just didn't happen to him. So I like him as a special teams player immediately. But I don't want to give up on him. I know the Concordia staff did. There's some things I really like about his film. I just think it's one of those guys that they just weren't quite sure if they had him in the right spot.
At 44 overall, the Calgary Stampeders go with a local product in receiver Matt Sibley out of the University of Calgary. Sibley came up through the Invitational Combine. He's not particularly big at 5'10", 189 pounds, but at the CFL Combine, I'll tell you, Ben, he was unguardable. This guy has the twitch. He's got the smooth movement skills. He just doesn't have the CFL frame. As a result, I was expecting him to fall a little bit further than round 5, but clearly the Calgary Stampeders, who value those receiver positions and may even start 3 Canadian receivers in their receiving core, see the value in a guy who has all that speed and twitch to be able to separate at the next level, even if he doesn't offer a ton on special teams. And then 45th overall, one of the names we've been waiting to hear, the BC Lions select receiver Nick Senecal out of the University of Hawaii. In 2024, this was the Rainbow Warriors leading receiver. How does he fall all the way down here to pick 45?
His play fell off a little bit this year. I've given some reasons as to why. New quarterback, injuries were a concern, but he still came up big. He ended up, I think he made the game-winning play in their bowl game at the end of the year, so still ended up contributing, certainly for the Rainbow Warriors. I love watching Hawaii football too. But yeah, it didn't test well. And I think you combine having a poor statistical season compared to what he had done, I think he maybe gets unfairly punished because people keep thinking of him all year as what's wrong with Nick Senecal. But really, it's, there are a lot of contributing factors there. I like this pick a lot. He's a player that didn't test as fast as I think we thought he would, ran a 4.72, but he's a smart, instinctive receiver that understands coverage. I think he's got good short area quickness and separation. He's reliable in traffic. And as I said, those key moments, being able to deliver when the game's on the line, that speaks volumes to me. So I think he'll be a strong complementary CFL receiver. I do think he's going to find his way onto into the starting lineup.
Yeah, the upside there at this leg of pick, it just cannot be denied. At his best, he was the type of separator we see in the CFL, not dissimilar from the Phil Potts or a Samuel Emlis and the fact that they win in the short areas versus blazing speed. He's slower than those guys, but I think there's upside if he can clean up some of the drops and his knee is healthy, which it wasn't
think about
last season.
Think about how exciting that BC receiving core just got too in the last couple hours.
They got some weapons.
Yeah, adding DeMontignac and then going with Senecal. My top 2 receivers in this draft are both BC Lions.
The Montreal Alouettes at the 46th overall pick take massive Windsor safety Harrison Daly. It's a bit surprising that he's not the first Windsor DB off the board, as we've discussed in the past, but you can't argue with this special teams frame, can you?
No, he's got that big sort of physical safety pro frame. He delivers with it too. Impactful hits, a little inconsistent his technique. He does like those the sort of big hit plays. He can sometimes lose track of deep threats, but in terms of a special teamer, you're not going to find too many better. He's going to contribute right away. He's got, again, a nice combination, which is what you want to see from those special teams players between size, strength, speed, a little bit of everything. 6'2", 218, plays even bigger than that. He's fun to watch play football, and I'm excited we're going to get to watch him play on the CFL field. I think it's going to be largely special teams, at least to start, but that's still a nice player in this stage of the draft.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders at 47th overall take a lottery ticket, in my opinion, in Southern Mississippi offensive lineman Jez Janvier. He was a defensive lineman for a time at Eastern Michigan, started some games there, transferred to Southern Miss, and just didn't see the field. When you watch the tape, 6'5", 314, there are moments when he physically dominates people, where he absolutely blows them up, and he's able to move like few others in this class. And then there's one or two plays for every one of those where he's on the ground or whiffing entirely. And we saw the same thing at the CFL Combine. The consistency hasn't been found there yet with Janvier, but the innate traits are present. The Saskatchewan Roughriders will be a really good fit as a team that doesn't immediately need offensive line help to take Janvier along slowly and teach him the ropes and get the maximum amount out of his physical ability.
I wonder if they're going to give him a shot at tackle, or if they're immediately going to put him inside to guard, because I had trouble deciding what to do with him there. I want to see him at tackle first. I think he's a guard, but I want to see him at tackle first, because again, it's just that physicality that he's got, strong, sturdy, experienced as well. He's been all over, as you said. He's on the defensive side of the ball too, but I really like his hands for a big guy too. I know we've got limited athletic upside for a tackle, but I want to see him try that out a little bit first before they decide for sure that he's a guard.
I'm in the same boat with you. And I thought when he was taking reps at the CFL Combine, despite the fact that he had only ever started at guard for Eastern Michigan, I thought he was more comfortable at tackle. And I think that might be his natural position just with his length and size. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders took a late round flyer and a guy who was perhaps a much better college pedigree, but not dissimilar in terms of some of the traits in Daniel Johnson a couple years ago. And he's been a very good pickup for them in the later rounds. He fell because of injury concerns, but Janvier, I think, could be a similar match and develop in that system.
Yeah, I completely see that. I'm just scrolling through my board here. There's a bunch of futures that I think we're going to see coming up in the next few picks. But yeah, a couple players that haven't yet been picked, and I'm wondering when we're going to see guys like Aloha Latendresse, Reginald go, because he's currently the highest non-futures player on my board.
There's certainly some high upside guys still available that I'm surprised that they have not been selected. Rene Conga is probably one of those guys as a future that you're talking about. Albert Reese is another. I expect that we'll see Logan Taylor's name called at some point, but even Jerome Rankart, a guy who's going back to school at Western University for his size, that's a futures pick that I'd be interested in taking at this stage of the draft. And then some freakish athletes like Patrick Cumberbatch is still out there on the board. We haven't seen a pretty good offensive lineman in Ethan Graham taken either. In the defensive line position, Ben, which is not a particularly strong one in this class, has a lot of players still left in it from the CFL Combine, guys with NCAA pedigrees. It's worth reminding people that just going to an American school does not guarantee you to be a high draft pick or a draft pick at all. There are clearly some guys that teams were much lower on once they saw them in person.
Yeah, and I think especially this wasn't a great class for defensive tackles in my mind. I think there were a number of edge rushers, most of whom have been drafted by this point. But yeah, Rene Conga is out there still as a defensive tackle. I'm not sure where else I see anyone having missed out on a guy from the inside. There are a lot of corners still on my board with really nice athleticism who I do expect to go in the next few picks. And I think we're going to see some of those features. Like I said, Logan Taylor and Conga, I think will probably go in this next round.
Well, I'm having some PTSD, Ben, because the draft tracker has just crashed.
Uh-oh.
And we are in the same situation that we were a year ago. Stuart Johnston, if you're listening, I know you're an avid watcher of our live draft coverage. It's unacceptable once again that we do not have the up to the minute analysis here. Hopefully, it will get back up shortly, and I will try and do this manually at this stage. The Ottawa Red Blacks.
There's two good things. First of all, at least we've done this before now. And secondly, we made it through 5 rounds before it crashed, unlike last time when it happened in round 1.
Yeah, we're seasoned pros at this point, well experienced in terms of how to handle this. At this stage, the Ottawa Red Blacks pick has not been publicly announced. So I have nothing to report at this stage, but there are some very talented players still available, as you mentioned. Another one that I think is worth mentioning, because we talked about smaller DBs. I know you're big on Carson Sombach from the University of Regina. You probably would have taken him above Ethan John, who we saw go in the second round. Are there some of those late round flyers that at this point you're pounding the table for that haven't gone off the board?
Yeah, Carson Sandbach, I do like a lot. He's my 39th player overall. But there are DBs I like even more than him. Cyrus McGarrell, we haven't heard his name called yet. Defensive back out of Northern Illinois, 6'1", 201. Nice physical defender that will get drafted at some point. Patrick Cumberbatch, I had even earlier than him. Ottawa defensive back, another guy that I actually felt maybe could work his way onto the field as a defender, as an explosive downhill guy with great closing burst. So those guys do stand out to me. But can we talk about Aloha Latendresse Reginbald for a moment? Because I had him as my 20th overall player. I know he's a quarterback, but he's not really a quarterback. He's an elite athlete that I felt, you know how much I like short yardage guys in drafts. It's been well documented that I seem to take those guys a lot higher than you would have. But he's a guy that I felt could really offer teams some creative value. You could use him in almost any situation. And I know you were very impressed with him at this year's combine.
I think he can bring you short yardage value as a QB, but long term, I think he's got a higher ceiling as a receiver than Brad Sinopoli did. He's more athletic. I thought he took to it like a duck to water at the CFL Combine. I would expect to see his name called at some point here in the next couple of rounds once this tracker gets back online. And the Ottawa Red Blacks have yet to announce their pick at 48th overall on the via social media. So we are waiting in anticipation for that pick to be announced. There are some picks beyond that have been spoiled for me already, much as last year we were in that circumstance. So I will not tip any hats at this stage unless we get into pretty dire straits. And we desperately need the content, but we will await the selection from Ottawa at 48 before proceeding. Other names of note that have yet to be selected. You look at some of the defensive linemen, Stephen Capea out of Queens, who was the invitational upgrade. Amari Notice was somebody who was on the top 20 for the longest time and has not been selected because of his combine measurables. Would you be comfortable staking a selection on him, or were the numbers disqualifying for you, Ben?
Yeah, his numbers weren't great, but I do like him as a player. And again, a guy that was down at Coastal Carolina. We know like there weren't a lot of defensive tackles. He actually ends up, just through sheer numbers, was my second defensive tackle on my board, even though I have him all the way down at 56. But he's a big body that holds the line well. I think that's a pretty good place to start. Solid against the run. He doesn't get moved very easily. Maybe a little bit limited in terms of like his pass rush impact. I think that's probably what's hurting him because, as we've talked about a few times already in this draft, running in the CFL, it matters, but it doesn't matter nearly as much as passing. And so when you've got a guy like Notice, who maybe is a more accomplished run stopper than he is a pass rusher, you could see why he might drop down a little bit in the draft. But yeah, I see him as a rotational defensive tackle with size value, a guy that you want in there in run situations. And as I said, just by default, my second defensive tackle that I had on my board. But I did expect him to go before a lot of the guys that have already gone. It's funny, most of these picks that we've sort of determined to be reached seems to have happened in the second round. But then from then on, it's actually been pretty good. Most of the
Mhm.
top half of my board is now crossed out with the occasional guy here and there. But yeah, I don't know why we haven't seen Notice go yet.
Well, there may be a couple off the wall flyers coming down the pipe, as I'm aware of picks 51 and 55, but not picks 48 yet. So we are anticipating a couple of names that I know for a fact are not on your board, Ben. So we'll discuss those when we get there. Unfortunately, we are stalled out here. And if I can maybe take a moment to speak directly to the Canadian Football League, you can do whatever you want in terms of the other announcements that you make. You can change the rules. You can try and make it a more compelling TV product that way. You can change the season and the playoff format to try and drive revenue. Until you can do the basic things right and have a functioning draft tracker on the day of your draft, none of it's going to matter. And we were promised last year that there would be a functional draft tracker, that there would be a new website from the Canadian Football League. Clearly, none of that has happened. And we are once again in the same situation that we were exactly a year ago today, albeit much further along in the draft, less drastic. I'll give them credit for that. But it is inexcusable. And we know that the CFL draft is a niche following, but clearly it has enough of a following that it crashes your website 2 years in a row. So if you're going to give your fans what they want, you need to be able to administer the basics at this point. I'll step down off my soapbox, but Stu, it's got to be fixed.
Especially when there's nowhere else you can turn to. That's the thing. Like we're sort of held at gunpoint here, where there aren't other sources to be. We're relying on social media at this point because it's not like you can be somewhere to watch it in person. There aren't other options, and so everybody right now, everybody across the country that's following the CFL is in the dark right now, except people that are in the draft room of the Ottawa Redblacks, and presumably they've informed all the teams as they've continued to make picks. We're probably now behind about 15 picks as we wait for Ottawa's
Yes.
selection.
Oh, the Ottawa Redblacks have made a tweet. So let's see what we've got at 48th overall. You're going to be happy about this selection, Ben. They have taken a Futures University of Louisville defensive tackle, Rene Kongba, an Ottawa kid, gets his rights held by the hometown team with his freakish athleticism, with the guarantees that have been put on the table for him with the Miami Dolphins. How long a wait do you think it is before we see him in Ottawa? But what are we getting if he does arrive?
Yeah, it's probably a couple of years at least, but I love this pick. I would have taken him happily at the end of the second, early third. Strong interior presence, good power, holds well against the run. He can get in and disrupt the quarterback as well. It's his measurables that really jump off the chart for me. At 300 pounds to run a 4.79, to jump 37 inches in the air, and that's 7.033 cone. He almost broke 7 seconds as a 300-pound lineman. He's an amazing physical specimen of a man. I'm excited that he was taken in the draft. We may never see him. If we do, he's gonna make a difference.
Certainly, and he's a player that was second on my board. I certainly would have taken him much earlier if he were available. The challenge is you simply are going to have to wait for a player of his caliber, and those types of measurables just don't get passed up on by NFL teams very often. I was shocked to see him not selected in the NFL draft. I did think he was going to get taken as a pick as a result of those athletic traits, but they've made a significant investment in him, nearly $300,000 worth of guarantees. That virtually assures you a roster spot, even in the NFL where nothing is certain. It's going to be at least a year, potentially multiple, before we see Rene Konga in the CFL.
Yeah, for sure. But I think again at this stage of the draft, I'm surprised there haven't been more futures to this point because usually you will see guys with this kind of quality as an athlete. You'll usually see these guys as second, third round picks. So yeah, I'm very surprised that he lasted this long. But yeah, tremendous, tremendous value.
The picks continue to roll in, but not in the order that we want them. The Toronto Argonauts are the next team on the clock by our watch. And I do apologize to our viewers for these circumstances that are outside of our control. The Argos have made some interesting selections in this draft. What's your assessment on their class overall?
It's been strange. It's just been out of order, I think, by my own board. I loved how they started the night with Nicholas Henning, the tackle who was number 2 on my board. They took him at 2. I love that spot. But then it got a little strange. Isaiah Smith, the top running back that I had on my board, but to take him in the second round, I felt was a bit of a reach, even though I do like him as a player. I didn't expect him to go there. And then that trend continued with Ethan John, a guy that again, I liked, but I was expecting him to go a bit later. They got back on track for me when they picked up Louis-Philippe Gauthier, a player that I loved from the Montreal Carabins. And Darius McKenzie, who followed, a player that we didn't get too much of a chance to talk about because everything started happening quickly at that point, as opposed to what's happening now. Another player that I really like, and Nolan Ulm, a guy that I had in my top 30 out of Eastern Washington, who, as you highlighted, is just as much a character pick as he is a football player pick. Had a little bit of everything. So overall, I think a nice draft for the Toronto Argonauts, even though if I had seen all these players picked, I definitely would have shuffled the rounds I thought they were taken in. But at the end of the day, I think the Argos have some really good football players that they've just added to their team.
At 49th overall, the Toronto Argonauts take Tyreek Quason, the receiver out of Windsor. Came through the Invitational Combine, a track star originally at Laurier, who struggled to see the field, but really elevated himself after a year with the Lancers, and I think has some athletic upside. How do you like that fit, Ben?
Yeah, I like him too, and I do think the Argos needed to look receiver here, just to add to what they've already got in Ulm. He's athletic, good burst, good movement, flashes separation ability downfield. A little inconsistent in terms of hands, route detail, but things that you can coach up a little bit. So he's a developmental receiver with some upside, a guy that's going to fight to get his way on the field, but not a guy that needs to be on the field right away. And I think that works well for both him and the team.
Absolutely. I think he's got more to uncover, and I'll be intrigued to see what his upside is at the CFL level. At 50th overall, the Edmonton Elks go with the offensive line. Another invitational invite, Chris Pashula out of the University of Calgary, showed some really special athletic traits at the combine to earn elevation, has played guard, has played tackle. Do you think he's a worthy project in the CFL?
Yeah, project for sure. And that's the key. You have to be drafting him as a guy that you're going to spend some time working on, a guy that is going to hopefully pay dividends for you down the road, because there is a lot to like. And again, as you've said many times during our coverage here, in other years, this is a guy that goes much higher. He's strong, powerful interior blocker. He's got a good initial punch at contact. Struggles sometimes to sustain blocks, but that's something that they'll work on with him. And so, as a project player with tools, I think this is a really nice pick at this stage of the draft.
At 51 overall, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers go with an off-the-wall choice. And every year, I dig deep in my CFL draft database in order to find players who may not even be playing right now that teams may find worthy of investment. And this is one of those players. Ben Britton, the receiver out of the University of Calgary, did not play in 2025 by choice, stepped away from the Dinos football team, but was a Canada West All-Star in 2024. 6'3", 220. You can't teach that type of size, and was very productive in his final season of football. I heard through the grapevine that he had told certain teams that maybe he was looking to come back. Not everyone bought it. Not everyone considered him a prospect. He wasn't on every board. Clearly, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers had some insider insight into the fact that he wanted to get back on the football field, and you're taking a huge upside swing on a guy with that type of size at this stage in the draft.
I love academic all Canadians. This guy 2 years in a row. I think that's, again, a guy I wasn't even thinking about, but you've got the size, you've got the potential, you've got a clearly bright individual who's going to be out there willing to learn. He's clearly made it clear. Look at me, the stage of the draft. And that he wants to play football. And so, yeah, they're going to take a swing with him. I like it. Again, this is the time to do it.
The Hamilton Tiger Cats have the 52nd overall selection, and they use it on Ottawa linebacker Mark Rondo, a super athletic Sam, jumped out of the gym at the CFL Combine. I know teams were quietly high on him. What did you think, Ben?
Yeah, I was loudly high on him. I liked his play a lot. A little undersized, 5'11", 194, but he's fast, plays with really good range. Another one of these sideline to sideline guys. Really nice intelligence. I love smart football players. He is a smart football player. His angles are always right. He reads the play well. There are moments where he sometimes does overthink. You can see him kind of trying to figure out what's going on. There's a guy crossing in behind him and someone going in front. And he's trying to figure out where to go with where the quarterback's going to go with the football. But I think there's really nice potential in him. I can see him actually getting onto the field as a defender. I wonder if it might be in that Sam linebacker spot. That might be the perfect role for him. And I didn't actually know what to do with him in terms of linebacker or DB. I think I see him as a Sam, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him even as a starter in the not too distant future.
The Calgary Stampeders have gone with Guelph offensive lineman Mitchell Scheschinger at 53rd overall. This is a guy who projects to me as a high-end center and was an elite wrestler for Guelph. I believe a multi-time OUA bronze medalist. You see that in the way he grapples on tape. Is this a player that you think has starting upside if he can add a little bit of weight?
Yeah, I love wrestlers as linemen all day long. Give me wrestlers as linemen. This guy's got it all. I think, again, he's a guy that can actually, like you said, if he can add a little bit of weight, another shorter center. We've seen a few of these guys at 6 feet, 6'1", 6'2". But yeah, the nastiness is there. He's got that grit, that competitive nature that you want to see in your interior lineman, a guy that plays through the whistle. Excellent technique, though. And that balance that you see from him, that comes from his wrestling background. He can get overpowered at times, and that's due to size limitations. That's something that with weight, he should be able to fix, because the balance is there, the aggression is there. So I think you've added some reliable depth here with starter traits that you can hopefully turn into something down the road. I love that pick.
Certainly, I'm in favor of it as well. And then at 54th overall, the BC Lions go with another offensive lineman, Ethan Graham out of the University of Regina. Tremendous size. I don't think he has tackle feet, but played tackle for the Regina Rams. I'd like to see him get a little bit nastier, Ben, but certainly a player as a leverage blocker with his size and his length, I can see being a valuable addition as depth along a BC offensive line that has needed to add talent for quite a while.
Yeah, 6'5", 316, big, powerful lineman who I think actually uses his size well. I like him better as a run blocker than a pass protector, and I know that's less valuable here, but that physical finish that you see with him in the run game, I think says something about the potential for the inconsistent aggression and maybe sometimes effort that shows up on film. I think that can be fixed. So Yeah, guard convert with some upside. My seventh interior offensive lineman on my board, 51st overall. My third Ethan on my draft board. But he's a guy that I could see. I could also see him making his way into a starting lineup down the road. It's going to take a little bit of time, though.
That's analysis that you won't find anywhere else, folks. The ranking of the Ethans in the CFL draft. I'm glad we got that squared away. At 55th overall, I know you didn't have any specialists on your big board, Ben, but clearly the Montreal Alouettes did on theirs because they take McMaster punter Michael Horvat, three-time All Canadian, six-time OUA All-Star because he's also kicked as well. A big, massive boot. We're in the era of the global punters. It makes it hard for Canadians to make the cut at that position. But if anybody were to be able to do it, I think Michael Horvat is that guy.
Yeah, he didn't. He was a late cut, but he didn't quite make my top 90. None of the specialists did, but there were a bunch right there. I have trouble evaluating kickers, punters, long snappers the way that I can with other positional groups. And yeah, he was one of my last cuts. I think my second last special teams cut or specialist cut.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders wrap up round 6 at 56th overall with a futures pick. Mississippi State offensive lineman Albert Reese IV. Dad played in the CFL in Edmonton. He grew up in Edmonton, but a mountain of a human being with elite length, played tackle in the SEC at a high level, is currently under contract with the Carolina Panthers. How long do you think the Saskatchewan Roughriders are going to have to wait for this guy?
It's hard to say because the NFL has a shortage of 6'7", 330-pound men that have some skill to their game, and he does, playing at Mississippi State. He's a real player. Even though I felt like he wouldn't be up here for potentially years, I still had him as a first rounder because I do think he's going to come up. I think he's going to be one of those. I think he might be one of those like Ryan Hunter type guys that maybe it's 3 years, maybe it's 4 years. But I do think he will end up in the CFL at some point, and I think he's a heck of a player. Long, athletic tackle with good movement skills. He can mirror really well, even the fastest rushers. His technique is a little bit hit and miss sometimes. Needs a little bit more consistency in terms of hand placement, leverage, but really I think could look good as a tackle in the CFL if he ever gets here. And as I said, I would have taken him in round 1. Love him at this stage of the draft. That's a win.
Certainly somebody who has high upside. There are points when I didn't fall in love with his tape, but I had to remind myself we're grading this guy on a curve because he's going up against first round NFL talents, some of the best pass rushers on planet Earth. So if he doesn't land his punch exactly right, he's going to get eaten alive, but he's got those almost 35-inch arms to be able to extend the arc, and 330 pounds is going to overwhelm any CFL defensive end. Were he to come up here, I think he could be a very impactful player. The Toronto Argonauts will kick off the top of round 7 with the 57th overall selection. We are still waiting for that pick to come in. What do you think the Argos still need to add at this stage in the draft?
I think you're looking right now, like the way I'm just looking through their depth chart here. I don't think I see glaring needs at the moment, and I don't see anyone on the board that I would say, well, that's going to fill this hole. So I think I'm going to go best player available at this stage, and I think I go back to Latendresse Regimbald, a guy that you can use almost anywhere. And I know I've talked about the need for a short yardage specialist on the Toronto Argonauts at length. And while I see him as more of a receiver and a special teams player and can do a little bit of everything, I do like the idea of bringing in a guy that 6'3", 213, runs a 4.6, doesn't mind being dangerous in short yardage situations. He can play some of that short yardage stuff while also contributing in other areas of the football. I think that'd be a great pick.
Certainly, it would be intriguing to get him in Canada's largest city and see what his cachet as a quarterback slash receiver could do. I love the possibilities that would be raised with that selection. We're still waiting on the Toronto Argonauts at 57th overall. After them, the Edmonton Elks will be up at pick 58. It's been a busy draft for us, Ben. A lot of different things being thrown at us at this stage, trying to find information from different sources. We do have some picks in advance, but even the TSN draft tracker, which is now working while the CFL's is lagging behind on pick 57. So we will hold for a moment here. Are there other players besides Latendresse Regibold that you believe are simply too good to be on the board at this stage? One name that jumps out to me, Nicolas Waugh, out of the Montreal Carabins. I know he's injured. I don't know the severity of that injury and how that's playing into effect, but certainly from a tape perspective, I liked him much better than a pick in the 7th round. I know you felt similarly. Are there other guys like that who may be falling for reasons outside their control?
Yeah, like Nicholas Waugh, I get that there's some injury and recovery concerns, but at this stage of the draft, why are you not taking this guy? Like smooth athlete, and a guy that I do project being a starter at some point. I think there's probably a little bit of that tweener concern. Maybe that's one of the reasons that he's fallen. Montreal, their defense had a couple of those guys that you just weren't quite sure what to do with. A lot of guys with very similar sizes playing all over the field. But yeah, he's a guy that probably settles in as a Sam with the immediate special teams impact. But yeah, I loved watching watching his movement, watching him find the football. He does it instantly. One of those guys that seem to never be fooled by play action. The Patrick Cumberbatch is another guy that I have high on my board. Cyrus McGarrell, Carson Sambach, we've talked about. I really expected him to be gone by now. So yeah, a lot of DBs who can be potentially teams contributors, and there's still Keegan O'Neill. We haven't called his name yet. A center guard out of Western that, like you've said a few times in other drafts, might have been talked about in the first couple rounds. So there's a lot of talent out there still, and I think we're going to finish this draft with there still being a number of talented undrafted players who teams are going to have to fight over as UDFAs.
Absolutely. Two names that come to mind: Shamar McBean, the blazing fast receiver from the UBC Thunderbirds. He's a bit of a surprise to fall all the way to round 7. I think he's got greater ability than that. I know there's some who feel he's not as fast as he believes he is, and maybe there's not special teams upside there, but as productive as any player in this receiving class. I think he would be a steal of a pick in round 7. And then we would be remiss if we did not mention that there is a player that, were it not for substantial off the field concerns, would almost be a first round lock. And that's Tariq Polius from the University of Regina. Obviously, he's facing serious criminal charges, has a court date in September. I don't expect him to be picked in this draft. But if you're a team like Toronto that maybe doesn't get the same amount of media attention, and you're sitting there in round 8, could that be a freebie flyer that you take? It's a possibility. It's certainly not a pick that I would make, given his legal situation, but it's not a violent crime that he's accused of. We should be clear about that. And there is a possibility that a team will see him as a futures pick in a similar manner to some of these guys who are injured or who have NFL opportunities.
Yeah, it's just I don't know if it's worth the. I took him right off my board because I don't want anything to do with that. It's too much. There's too much negative potential from it, and a chance that you never see the player anyway, and get the bad press along with it. And there's just something that makes me uncomfortable about it from the get go. So until it's sorted out, I would want to push the pause button there, just because I don't know enough. And these teams do their own investigative reporting, and so they have a better sense of it. But yeah, to me, there's just too many question marks there. I do expect him to be picked up in terms of football player, of course. And so when this all gets worked out, if it's found that either, it could go a number of different ways, but if he ends up back on the football field, he's got the talent to make a difference for whoever it is that takes him.
Some of the picks are well on their way into round 8 at this stage. We are still hung up here on multiple draft trackers at 57 with the Toronto Argonauts. They have not made that pick on social media either. So we are hamstrung there without possibly tipping our further selections and spoiling it for any viewers who are with us for the long haul. If someone could reach out to the Toronto social media team, let's get a graphic out there stat, because your boys are floundering out here. Ben, I'm sure you've got a contact out there that you could call on.
I'm texting right now. Let's see. This is making great viewing, by the way, watching me send text messages.
There's some intriguing picks that have come off the board in the late 7th round, in the 8th round as well. I think what's best to do at this stage, Ben, is to simply progress to the next pick, and then we will come back to Toronto when it does come up. At 58th overall, the second pick of the 7th round, the Edmonton Elks took the player that you wanted Toronto to take at 57. That's Aloha Latendresse Regimold, the quarterback from McGill. Massive upside as a receiver. It was the Elks who tried to convert Jackson Tuchinski, the Manitoba quarterback, to a receiver last season as an undrafted free agent. Here, they take the shot in round 7.
Yeah, I love that. And there's so much you can do with him. Like he actually looked good as a receiver. I love receiver converts from quarterback as long as they've got the athletic ability to do it and the route running ability, which he already does. But like I said before, you can use him in so many different ways. Get him out there in short yardage. Get him out there playing special teams. He's one of the best athletes in this class overall. Get him on the field as much as you possibly can. What a steal at this stage of the draft.
Mm-hmm. And at 59th overall with their back-to-back picks, the Edmonton Elks go local at offensive line with undersized center Matthew Luden. This is a player who, if he weren't 5'10", would go much higher in this draft. Super athletic, physical inside. He just does not have the measurables that you expect. But when you're in round 7, you're getting a steal of a deal with a former second-team All-Canadian along the offensive line.
Yeah, I took him off my board in the end because I haven't seen enough of these smaller offensive linemen. There have been a few guys that I've fallen in love with over the years, undersized offensive linemen. You see them at the combine, you're like, man, I know he's really short, but look what he can do. And so many of them failed to pan out in the CFL. Shin was another one of those guys that I was so excited to watch at the combine. I think that was the last time it was in Edmonton. Just didn't quite work out the way I thought it would. And so I took him right off my board.
At 60th overall, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have taken St. Mary's receiver Joshua Jack. This is a bit of a smaller receiver in the AUS, was not overly dominant, but tested really well at the CFL Combine, and I think helped himself. He's somebody who can contribute as depth for that Bombers offense.
Yeah, Joshua Jackson, he's a good player. I had him as my 11th receiver, and I think at this stage, that's pretty good value. Smooth, good size, flashes ability to separate, really make plays. Needs a bit more consistency, as a lot of these guys do at this stage of the draft, but a developmental player that can potentially work his way into getting some reps, and a guy that can contribute with that size right away on special teams. Look, anyone that runs a 4.5, carrying around 200 pounds, has got the potential to really contribute on specials.
And I think there was some value there for the Bombers because Gavin Cobb, a player who I loved, has probably outlasted what his size would have projected in the CFL. I know they've fallen out of love a little bit with Kevin's Clercius, and then Joey Corcoran, who was a fantastic player, but doesn't have the physical tools. They needed some options to press those guys. I think they got it in Ben Britton, and now they've got it in Joshua Jack as well. We do not have a pick at this stage for the Hamilton Tiger Cats at pick 61, but we will keep it clipping along and try and come back to these picks. It's not ideal, unfortunately, but the CFL has not held up their end of the bargain in terms of what they needed to do from a technical standpoint. So we will, for your entertainment purposes, keep giving you players. Round
I'm
seven.
keeping track here, just so you know. I've got 57 and 61 we're missing, but I think we're covered
Perfect.
everywhere else. All right.
Yes. At 62, the Calgary Stampeders take Queens defensive end Stephen Capella. This is a player who came through the Invitational Combine. Stiff defensively, was never a dominating force despite some really unique athletic traits, but I think could project as a core special teamer for any team, and the Stampeders can potentially develop him into somebody with a little bit more off our defensive upside.
Yeah, he's got that special teams flash for sure, but I think that actually shows up from time to time in his defensive film. He's not ready yet, and there's a reason that I have him at 71 and that he's lasted this long in the draft, but he's got that explosive first step that I love. He does flash playmaking ability a few times watching Queen's film where I'm watching. Actually, I know watching a couple times watching pace, suddenly I'd see someone make a play and it's Capella. Who I'm like, whoa, look at that. Let me see that rep again for Capella. But there's just too much inconsistency, and he can sometimes get neutralized by stronger offensive linemen as well. So that's why he lasted to this stage of the draft. But again, tremendous value.
Yeah, I would have taken him much higher if only for special teams. But I'll tell you this, there's not a single defensive lineman that I had ranked past him that was taken ahead of him. So this is the correct spot, at least within the position group, to take a guy like that, and the right spot to gamble on teamers. At pick 63 overall, the BC Lions have gone with UBC linebacker Chase Henning. He was a second team All-Canadian on special teams, can cover kicks like nobody's business. Has played some defense for the Thunderbirds. I think he's a little bit stiff laterally, doesn't necessarily see it well enough to project as a CFL starter. But at this point in the draft, you're looking for that special teams value, and the Lions just got better in that area.
Yeah, he's a special teamer. That's and I think they're acknowledging that basically with picking him right now, saying this guy is going to come in and contribute on special teams. I'd be stunned if he showed up on the defensive side of the ball for BC, but I'd also be stunned if he doesn't turn into something worth watching on game day as a special teamer.
The Montreal Alouettes at pick 64 go with their third defensive back from Northern Illinois, Cyrus McGarrell. I know he's somebody you mentioned as a player you expected to go a little bit earlier, Ben. What value are the Alouettes getting here at 64?
Tremendous value. I love this player at this stage of the draft. He was my 8th DB overall, but there's so many DBs that have been taken ahead of him. Yeah, he's physical. He's got a strong special teams background, so I think that obviously is going to play. But I like his tape. I think he flashes downhill burst. He's got great energy. I think maybe why he wasn't being drafted as a DB as much as he was being drafted as a special teamer is that you do see some struggles at times with processing. There are some missed tackles, but yeah, he's a special teams stud in the making, and so I would have taken him just as a special teamer alone in the 4th round. This is great value at this stage.
At 65th overall, the Saskatchewan Roughriders go with UBC receiver Shamar McBean, a blazing speedster. He was clocked in the 4.5 range at the UBC Pro Day. I had him at a 4.52. The official NFL APT measurements, I believe, had him up as a 4.56, 4.57. But a guy who's faster than that on film, a vertical threat. I just don't know that he has the route tree that you expect from a receiver. And there was some teams that had some issues with his approach to the CFL Combine.
Yeah, and I think the inconsistency again stands out, both in his route running and his hands. He just wasn't asked to do a lot. Like he's got that
Mhm.
big play flashes, but it was a lot of go routes. It was a lot of stretching the field, and we didn't necessarily see a lot of that short to medium range stuff from him, and that suggests that it's because he just didn't have it. So we'll see if he can develop into something.
We are still awaiting picks in round 7 from the Toronto Argonauts and the Hamilton Tiger Cats, but we're going to move on to round 8 where the picks are already coming in and or have been made. I believe the draft has technically wrapped up even though nobody knows who some of the teams have selected. So the Ottawa Red Blacks with their final selection at pick number 66. Go with Laurier linebacker Josh Connors. This is one of my favorite players in the entire draft, Ben. An under the radar guy, was dominant at SangFX as a linebacker. I think he shows unique lateral agility for the position. Then decided to transfer up to a bigger school, had to sit out the 24 season, came in at 20 in 2025 to a good Laurier team, was a rotational player there, but suffered a hand injury, missed some time, had some surgery, had to play with a club, did not get the defensive reps he needed to climb up draft boards, but is a exceptional special teams player. I think the Red Blacks got real value at pick 66 with a player of his caliber.
Yeah, for sure. And again, at in round 8, why not take a swing? You wonder with him, like, how would this have been different if he had stayed? I would suggest no. I think being in Laurier, even getting rotational time due to injuries and having to wait because it's such a good team, I would still say that you're going to get probably more eyes on you than you would staying out east.
We do have finally the results from round 7. So the two picks that we missed at 57th overall, the Toronto Argonauts take York kicker Nathan Walker. He's got a huge boot. Ben performed very well at the CFL kicker showcase. What do you project his role to be with Toronto?
I think it'll be interesting to see. Haralahu is the king, obviously, but he's
Mhm.
got a limited time left. You know, he's certainly getting up there in age, and while his performance hasn't fallen off, at some point he's going to hang it up. And so I think having another guy waiting in the wings like Nathan Walker, a guy who could kick extremely well, and a great position for him to potentially be a practice roster player who can learn from Haralahu. Yeah, outstanding position for him to be in. And I think we'll be able to take a lot out of that special teams room from Coach Mickey Donovan as well. So I think that's a nice pick for Toronto. It's thinking about the future, and I think it works out extremely well for the local kid in Nathan Walker too from York.
And at pick number 61, the Hamilton Tiger Cats do the same thing they did last year, Ben. They go with a very talented but unathletic, or at least a poor tester at defensive tackle in Amari Notice. This is Nate Margie 2.0. That's what people said as soon as he tested at the Coastal Carolina Pro Day. And it was the Hamilton Tiger Cats that gave Nate Margie a shot late in last year's draft. A better player than he is in the underwear Olympics, but is it he's going to be hard pressed to make this Ticats roster just from a athleticism standpoint, no?
It'll be tough, but I do like him against the run. I think he holds the line well. He's big, 6'3", 286, but yeah, just limited as a pass rusher, which I think always hurts. But I don't see why he couldn't be a rotational defensive tackle. It's going to be tough though, and on that team, I think it's especially tough. I think they've got a number of guys that are going to be ahead of him, but his film looks pretty good. There's a reason he's down there in Costa Carolina, playing football. So we'll see. We'll see what he can show at training camp. Maybe he can impress some people and upset one of the incumbents.
The Toronto Argonauts have 2 picks in round 8 at 67 and 68 that have not been announced publicly yet, but we do know the selection for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at pick 69, and they go with kicker Brady Lidster out of Windsor. Massive leg, Ben, hit a 55-yard game winner in the 2024 season, multiple kicks from outside of 50. I had him above guys like Horvat and Walker in my specialist rankings, not because I'm an expert on kickers, but because I thought that there is a greater value to Canadian kickers right now than there is Canadian punters or specialists, just because of the influx of global talent. I think this guy could potentially be a contributor for the Bombers once they decide that it is Sergio Castillo's time, which I don't expect to be anytime soon, but you always like to have that guy in the pipeline.
Yeah, for sure. And the Australians have cornered the market on punters, but like you said, there's still value in Canadian kickers. You make a 55-yard field goal to win a game under pressure. That's enough to bring into the building in my mind.
The 8th round is completed, so I'll fire off these picks because we do now have the Toronto Argonauts 2 selections. At 67th overall, they go Windsor running back Webe Mombo, Liam Talbert's, the man in front of Liam Talbot, I should say. Extremely fast, decent sized body, just not the same level of special teams upside. And I thought there were times when a lack of vision affected that elite burst. He wasn't always able to find the hole, or he was too quick to bounce outside. What did you see, Ben?
Yeah, something similar. It was vision that I questioned, but I like him as a physical runner who finishes strong. He shows toughness, contact balance, which is big running the football. A little bit limited, maybe in terms of how I expect them to be deployed in the backfield. But I like the strategy of double dipping. I think there's some value in saying, look, we're looking for a guy here, and clearly the Argos are looking for an answer at running back. Maybe these guys, you get a couple guys in the room at that positional group and see if someone can really stand out. And at a worst case scenario, you've got a 215-pound man that can run a 4.5 and definitely put his throw his hat in the ring for special teams contributions.
And at 68th overall, they've got a kid who's definitely going to contribute on special teams. And one of my favorite tapes to watch in this class, that's Sebastian Parasolidas, the fullback from Laurier. If he was not 5'9", this is a player that you would consider a premier fullback because he does not just block people, Ben. He obliterates them. He destroys them. He eviscerates them. He takes their soul. He takes their lunch money. He sends them into next week. He punches way above his weight class. I can't wait to see what he's able to do in Toronto because I believe he can exceed his physical limitations in the right opportunity. And there's no other fullbacks or true fullbacks on that Argos roster right now.
Yeah, I loved his tape. He was probably the second most fun I had watching tape after Conga. I thought I didn't when I was starting to watch him, I had no idea that he was only 5'8" because he played just like a monster of a man, just absolutely flattened people. Physical fullback who's like a real traditional fullback, like you said, strong blocker, great effort, maybe a little bit limited in terms of like offensive versatility. But yeah, he's going to be a core special teams player. And if you need a lead block or you need someone to kick at an end, this is a man that will not be afraid to do so. So yeah, I like that pick. That's exciting.
At 70th overall, the Hamilton Tiger Cats take defensive end Kyler Lang from Mercyhurst. Very productive in college at Mercyhurst and at Buffalo before that. But his brother went in the 7th round last year, Trey Lang. a number of the same concerns. You've got a guy who doesn't necessarily have eye-popping athletic measurables and also has a history of injury, Ben. Is this a steal or a risk here in the eighth round?
I don't think there's really such thing as a risk in the eighth round, so I don't mind it. Mercyhurst, not too far away, Erie, Pennsylvania. Kyler Lang, 6 feet 224, a little bit undersized as an edge. He's got a little bit of bend, flashes effort certainly, but again, I think all the things that you see on his tape as a defensive end really speak to what they're looking for in terms of special teams players. So I think a real long shot in terms of getting onto the field as a defender, but worth a roll of the dice for what you're going to get, certainly from that effort standpoint. And while he may lack the speed and finishing ability on the defensive side of the ball, he's got decent size to be able to try and contribute on special teams. And it's the eighth round, so yeah, you like the guy, something stands out to you. Maybe an interview goes well, give him a shot.
At 71st overall, the Calgary Stampeders take offensive lineman Jack Warwick out of Saskatchewan. If you would have asked somebody 4 years ago if Jack Warwick was going in the first round or the eighth round, they would have said the first round. He was the rare exception to the rule, starting as a true freshman with the Huskies under Scott Flory. Hasn't quite panned out that way. Why does Warwick fall so far, and what value is he going to bring to the Stamps?
Yeah, you're exactly right. We were pretty excited about this guy not too long ago, but just doesn't have the play strength to be able to compete against the top competition. He's got some good things to his game. Certainly a very intelligent lineman, great awareness. You never see him get bested on stunts or any kind of trickery, late blitzes. He always picks up. But he's going to be a developmental interior piece. He's got to put on some weight. He's got to add strength. Maybe getting him into a CFL team's gym for a year or two is what you're going to need. But there's potential there. It's his balance and positioning and intelligence that is going to allow him to stick around.
72nd overall, the BC Lions take defensive tackle Ebenezer Debula out of Kennesaw State. Very, very raw, Ben. Started his career at Bethune-Cookman. You don't necessarily see him put it all together, but at his size, over 284 pounds, he is able to run a 4.9 40-yard dash, which is ridiculous speed, and he pushes the pocket. If you can teach this guy to finish and get off blocks, he could be a monster, but nobody's been able to do it thus far.
Yeah, and a few people have tried, obviously. So the odds of it working are small, but there's a lot to like in him. And I had him as my fourth ranked defensive tackle, 62 overall. I love that, like you said, that weight and speed combo shows you've got a special athlete, strong physical interior presence. He can plug gaps, he can absorb contact. His lateral movement's really limited, and you don't see much from him in terms of a pass rush. So he's probably a rotational run stopping defensive tackle. I don't think he's got any real shot at contributing in special teams. So a run situational guy that you can maybe see earning a roster spot through his effort.
At 73rd overall, the Montreal Alouettes take wide receiver Zachary Hood out of St. FX. He's been productive since the very moment he stepped on campus there in Antigonish. And what impressed me most in this process, Ben, is this was a player who did not test very well in any category at the East-West Bowl. And typically that's your point where you sift guys off to the side and say, this isn't a prospect. This is a potential prospect. This is the players I'm not going to look at. And Hood got shifted off to the side. He comes back at the Invitational Combine, and he improves across the board, and he's heavier at the time as well. That's really impressive in terms of his work ethic. I think he's a driver, your classic CFL slot back coming out of a small school in the AUS. Going to be hard-pressed to make the roster in Montreal, but somebody who has shown the work ethic and the commitment to try and get to this stage, and that he's going to give it his best shot.
And I love the AUS getting some love. They haven't had the best results in terms of drafts in recent years. So love to see a player from there. I would love to see that the AUS get more competitive and really thrive once again and be not only contributors on draft day, but obviously send their teams the distance in the U Sports playoffs.
And the final pick in the 2026 CFL Draft, Mr. Irrelevant, goes to the Saskatchewan Roughriders at pick 74. Ryan Spate, the fullback from Wilfrid Laurier University, another player tore his ACL, is making a comeback from that, probably won't be ready to go day one. That's why he falls this far, but has been an exceptional special teamer, a guy who contribute as an inline blocker for you. I think he gives you really good depth behind players like Morgan Rung and Albert Awachi, neither of whom were particularly highly drafted. Rung was undrafted, or Runge, I should say, was undrafted. Ryan Spate is a guy who could contribute in those roles, and I think is a really good pickup from the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Yeah, I see Spate making the roster. Just a physical, effort-based guy, a willing blocker, guy that loves contact. He's got limited offensive upside, but I think if you're just talking about a special teams candidate, he's got just as much to offer as anybody else that we've seen picked over the last few rounds.
That concludes the picks in the 2026 CFL Draft. We'll talk about some of the guys who didn't get selected here in a moment, but I think it's worthwhile to go through each team's draft class and just get an overall assessment of where the teams stand and how they stacked up before we close out today. Let's start. I won't have the exact selection orders in front of me, but the Ottawa Redblacks selected first overall, Giordano Vaquero, the offensive lineman for Purdue. They trade back in the second round to pick up fullback Emerick Boutin out of Laval. They get Charlie Parks, the defensive end from Saskatchewan, Ben Dobson, the linebacker from Calgary, Josh Connors, the linebacker from Laurier, Alessandre Diouf, the offensive lineman from the Université de Montréal, and they pick up a futures selection in Rene Conga from Louisville. I like this class overall. I don't necessarily think there's any home run hits here, Ben, but there's a lot of singles and doubles. Don't you agree?
Yeah, ton of doubles in there. And the guy that could end up being the pick of this draft for the Ottawa Redblacks is Rene Conga. I've talked about him a lot tonight, but it's because I think so highly of him. Man, I loved watching him play at Louisville. And so if he ends up in the CFL, he is going to be something special. And for Ottawa Redblacks fans, I'm hoping that's the case for him. I hope he sticks in the NFL, makes $1 billion, and turns everyone upside down. But if he ends up in the CFL, it's going to be so much fun to cheer for him, Redblacks fans.
The Toronto Argonauts picked second overall, and they took Nicholas Henning, the offensive lineman from Queens. And from there, it was a bit of a string of surprises, Ben, to say the least. In the second round, they went running back Isaiah Smith from Guelph. Then they turned around and grabbed defensive back Ethan John from Windsor. In the third round, they selected Louis-Philippe Gauthier, the defensive back from Montreal, and linebacker Darius McKenzie from South Alabama. At the top of the fourth round, they got some value in Eastern Washington receiver Nolan Ulm. Frank Vrugdenhill was the pick in the fifth round at 40th overall, the offensive lineman from McMaster. In round 6, they took Tyreek Quayson, the track star turned receiver at Windsor. Round 7, they took York punter Nathan Walker with the big booming leg. And then their 2 picks in round 8, double dipping on running back with Webe Mambo from Windsor, and at fullback with Sebastian Parasoligas from Wilfrid Laurier. A bit all over the map here, to say the least, Ben. What's your assessment of the Argos selections?
I like the players. It's just, yeah, it's the weirdest order ever that they took them in, with the exception of Henning, who I think is a fabulous pick. He's gonna be a starter for the Toronto Argonauts, and I think at tackle as well. I'm very excited about that. They clearly wanted to upgrade their running back room. You got two guys that are going to be competing for snaps and contributing on special teams. Love some of these other picks too. Louis Philippe Gauthier, I was raving about. I think Darius McKenzie is a really interesting pick. Frank Rugenhill, I'm excited to see too. And Ulm is he's something. I think he's going to be a special player to watch. Maybe a guy that that ends up replacing Dave Ungerer at some point. So overall, I think it's a really good draft class. And Parcella D, one of my favorite players in the draft. Can't wait to see him in Guelph. So I'm excited about what they've got. But yes, it was the strangest order in which they did it.
I like the McKenzie selection. I think there's value there. I like the Ulm selection. I like the Nicholas Henning selection. I'm a fan of a bunch of the players they took, but I don't think this draft class maximized value for the Toronto Argonauts. They had the most picks, the most chances to take a crack at it. They did not need to reach. They could have found good players. On one hand, they're sticking by their convictions, but I think in the financial equation or the gambling equation of the CFL draft, they did not do as good a job as they could have. The Edmonton Elks were third overall. They took Daryl Jabome at pick number 3, the linebacker out of Rutgers, then came back in round 2 with UBC defensive back Benji Sangmua and Louisville defensive end Wesley Bailey, a futures pick. Then they took Carter Kettle, the receiver from the University of Alberta, Spencer Walsh in round 4, the offensive lineman from Wilfrid Laurier, and Justin Pace, the linebacker from Queens. Later in that same round, in round 6, they came back with offensive lineman Chris Pashula from Calgary. And then they wrapped it up in round 7 with a pair of selections, receiver Aloha Latendresse Regimbold and or quarterback turned receiver, I should say, from McGill, Aloha Latendresse Regimbold, and Alberta offensive lineman Matthew Luden. I'm going to say this, Ben, this might be my favorite draft class. I think they got some fantastic players. They didn't need a ton to add in terms of Canadian talent, but they checked every box in my mind and got some high upside swings. This might be my number 1.
Ceiling's really high with this group, but I could also see this not turning out at all, right? Like it's such an interesting collection of players. I think Pace is a player, Jabome is a player. Those guys are going to contribute. I like Kettle, Latendresse I really like too. But there's with each of the guys, there's a little bit of a question mark, and I guess that's the nature of any draft. But I love the ceiling that you've got. I can see all those guys I just named. I can see being contributors. I like Walsh a lot too. So in terms of a draft class, this is an exciting one. I think they had an interesting start to the day. And then after that, I can't really argue with any of their picks.
The Winnipeg Blue Bombers picked Noor Gotkuth at 4th overall. Then they made that massive trade up, trading away a second-round pick in next year's draft to jump up 3 spots and grab Dante Daniels, the tight end out of NC State, shocking the world. They went back at the end of that round and took Kevin Klein, the offensive lineman from Boston College, followed by Charles Elliott Bouillon at pick number 24 in round 3, the linebacker from Montreal. In round 4, they took Ethan Stewart, the defensive back from McMaster, and Brogy Clark, the linebacker from York, went in round 5. Round 6, they took a flyer on former Calgary receiver Ben Britton, the big body. Then in round 7, doubled down at the position with Joshua Jack from St. Mary's. And finally wrapped up their draft with a kicker, Brady Lidster from Windsor. There's some solid players in this draft class. I especially like Ethan Stewart, but to me, they did not maximize value, especially with the later picks. And that trade up for Daniels, it's damn near unforgivable to me.
Yeah, I don't get it, and maybe we will be proven wrong. This is the draft class that I had the most questions about. I really like Stewart, like you, and I thought they caught him a really amazing value. But other than that, I don't know. There's a lot of question marks here. I hated that trade. And again, nothing against the player. I think they could have got him a lot later than that without giving up anything. But again, we have to wait and see, and that's the nature of all drafts. You never know on day one. You can have the best picks on someone's list, but until you see them all play football, it's a whole different thing.
The Hamilton Tiger Cats draft class began at pick number 5 with offensive lineman Jonathan Dennis out of Louisiana Tech. They came back around with receiver Malik Mega from Coastal Carolina in round 2 at pick 14. Then Devin Cromwell, the uber athletic defensive back from Michigan State, the transfer from Guelph, we should add, in round 3. They took Braden Zeman, the offensive lineman from Calgary, in round 4. Then Loic Gagne, the linebacker from Concordia, in round 5. Mark Rondo, the linebacker from Ottawa, in round 6. Then Amari Notice, the defensive tackle from Coastal Carolina, in round 7, and wrapped it all up with Kyler Lang, the defensive lineman or defensive end from Mercyhurst, at pick 70 in round 8. This is another draft where I think it's solid picks across the board, but it's more bunt singles here to me than doubles. Some solid players, but not a lot of high upside guys in terms of the measurables late in the draft, although they took those really high with players like Devin Cromwell and betting on Malik Mega and Mark Rondo. So opposite sides of the spectrum. I'm not sure where the Ticats are going. Do you not care about the measurables with players like Amari Notice and Kyler Lang, or are you fixated on them when you're picking guys like Malik Mega and Devin Cromwell at the top of your draft?
This looks a little bit to me like the Argos draft, where if you just kind of reorder some of the guys, I'm actually pretty happy with what they came away with. Like Notice was really good value at that stage. There's a lot of players I like too. Like Cromwell's a good player. Mega is one of the best athletes in the draft. Dennis I like a lot. So Zeman too. I think really has some potential. Rondo and Gagne again. Like these are good players. I think and interesting, they took some swings early, guys that are high ceiling, but maybe also low floor, boomer bust types. But in the later rounds, they took a lot of high floor players, and we'll see how that works out for them.
The Calgary Stampeders picked Eric Rasko, the linebacker from Angelo State, at 6th overall, then did not have a pick again until round 3 when they double dipped with a couple of core special teamers in receiver Laomi Ojutalayo from Laurier and defensive lineman Tristan Marois from Colorado. They then next selected in round 5 when they took receiver Matt Sibley from the University of Calgary, keeping him in town. Then went offensive lineman Mitchell Scheschinger from Guelph in round 6. Defensive lineman Stephen Capella from Queens in round 7. And finally, offensive lineman Jack Warrack in round 8 out of the University of Saskatchewan. I don't think this is by any means a star-studded draft, but to me, your special teams is set for the next 5 years with some of the players that they selected. I think it's a really, really solid draft that will age well.
For special teamers, for sure. They got off to a weird start. Roscoe with their first pick, a guy that I had at 24. Again, a player I liked, but I was thinking as a third rounder. And for them to take him that early surprised me. But everyone else they picked, I thought, has real potential upside. So, and some of those late picks too, guys like Warwick, I think is another guy that I'm interested to see what happens to him and what his path is like in Calgary. But I don't feel like, aside from that first round pick, I didn't feel like they were throwing any picks away. I think all of these guys are going to be able to contribute in some way or other, but it's not necessarily as flashy as some of the other drafts.
The BC Lions took Nate DeMontignac, the receiver from North Dakota, with their first pick at 7th overall. Then went Jet Elad, the defensive back from Rutgers, at 15. They then cycled back around later in the draft in round 4 with Pierre Kameni, the defensive back from Ohio. Double dipped at receiver with Nick Senecal from Hawaii in round 5. Then selected Ethan Graham, the Regina offensive lineman, in round 6. Chase Henning, the linebacker from UBC, in round 7. And finally wrapped it up with Kennesaw State defensive tackle Ebenezer Debula in round 8 with the 72nd overall pick. I think the Lions got better at a position of need in receiver in terms of their depth. I think they added some intriguing special teams bodies, but I know they're only going to start 2 Canadians, and they're set on that plan. In an offensive line draft this deep, when you're a team that does not have great depth there or a great pipeline, I don't know how Ethan Graham is the only player you come away with. I like his upside, but I would have stockpiled the cupboard a little bit more there because you're not going to get another draft like this anytime soon.
Yeah, and he was my third Ethan on my board, which again is, speaks to some of the issues here. But in seriousness, I love the receivers. I love, Elad, I think is a nice pick too. But you're right. This is a team that really could have used some offensive line help. I expected coming into this draft, we'd see the BC Lions take 2 offensive linemen in the first 4 rounds, and they end up with only Ethan Graham.
The Montreal Alouettes at pick 8 got the first futures pick in the draft with tight end Rohan Jones from Arkansas, or offensive weapon, as he calls himself, Ben. Then went Shakespeare Louis at pick number 17 in the 2nd round out of Southeastern Louisiana, the defensive back. Nathan Udo, the receiver from the University of Manitoba, at pick 28 in round 3. Took Liam Talbot, the running back from Windsor, in round 4. Then Harrison Daly, the safety from Windsor, in round 5 at pick number 46. In round 6, they went with Michael Horvat, the punter from McMaster, Cyrus McGarrell, the defensive back from Northern Illinois, in round 7. And then finally, receiver Zachary Hood from St. FX went with pick 74. I'll be honest here. I love Rohan Jones, and I think that's a make or break addition if he comes north. The rest of these draft picks are rather underwhelming for me. I think there's some quality special teamers, but low end upside. I don't think there's going to be really any starters from this class, and you're gambling even with somebody like Michael Horvat, who has the ability to be a starter, but I don't know how you justify it with the influx of global punters that we have coming into the league. This is a suspect draft for me from Montreal, and I might even like it less than Toronto's, although it was far less confusing.
Yeah, it was less confusing for sure, but yeah, I don't know, and especially if Jones doesn't make it up north, I think he was the only player that I had ranked lower at the time that he was taken. Everyone else, I felt, oh no, it's McGarrell. I thought was good value too, late, Cyrus McGarrell. But yeah, everyone else I thought was just a little bit of a reach at least. And while I do like the players, I feel like you could have gotten almost every one of these guys around later. McGarrell's good value. Jones, if he comes up, could be a real difference maker. But yeah, I have some questions about Montreal's draft.
The Grey Cup champions, Saskatchewan Roughriders, had the honor of picking last in the first round. 9th overall, they made you a very happy man and took cornerback Malcolm Bell out of Michigan State. Then they came back with receiver Dylan Jete out of Alabama State in the 2nd round. They picked up lineman Darius Bell, offensive lineman from East Carolina, at pick 29 in round 3. Then selected Calgary linebacker Osasore Oyemwinji at pick 38 in round 4. There was also Janvier, the lottery selection, the offensive lineman from Southern Miss at 47 in round 5. Albert Reese, the offensive lineman from Mississippi State, a futures pick in round 6. And then Shamar McBean, the UBC receiver, in round 7. And finally, with the Mr. Irrelevant selection, fullback Ryan Spate from Wilfrid Laurier University. I love this draft from the Riders. I think they got really good value at each of their selections, with the possible exception of a bit of a reach with Jete, but because of the need at receiver and the fact that you double dip with somebody like Shamar McBean, I'm going to overlook that particular misstep. I think they've gotten a number of contributors here, people who will compete to make their roster right away, and a future starter, in my opinion, in Malcolm Bell at the cornerback position.
Yeah, I think it probably scores the highest. If I'm to look at my own draft board, I would have Saskatchewan with the number 1 draft for this year, and a lot of it is that Malcolm Bell pick in the first round. And you look at the strategy they had; they came into this in not quite as dire need of offensive line help as BC, but like this is what the Lions should have done with some of those guys that Saskatchewan picked, at least as options, maybe not necessarily as high as I thought they might go. But yeah, Bell, Janvier, potentially Reese down the road. That's nice help. And like you said, some great options at receiver. Bell's going to be a real player. They got both Bells. Sorry, I'm confused. Malcolm Bell is going to be a great player, but maybe Darius too. So we'll see. I like this draft a lot. That probably gets my blue ribbon on draft night, but I'll go back to the board tomorrow and do some analysis and see what I can come up with.
We'll wrap up here by listing off a few of the best players that weren't selected for whatever reason. There's some surprises here, Ben. No doubt. I'm not going to name everybody, but I'll go through the positions. At quarterback, we did not see Georgia State quarterback Christian Veilleux go at all in this draft. Running back Charles Asselin from Ottawa was also not selected. No real surprises, or there was a major surprise. I apologize. At the fullback position, Jerome Rancourt, the massive body quarterback out of Western, did not get taken as a fullback. He's going back to school and could be their QB1 next season, but a lot of people saw him as a quality short yardage option in the CFL. No shocks at receiver. At offensive line, we didn't see Keegan O'Neill taken out of Western, or Carter Stewart out of the University of Alberta, as well as some of the invitational guys who did not get selected. Defensive line, obviously no Tariq Polius because of the legal issues, but I also thought there were some talented players that didn't get taken in Natale Frangione out of Georgetown, a smaller defensive tackle, Brody Burke from Carleton, and then Nathan Karabatsakis out of Robert Morris, and Carter Hooper from South Dakota. It's very rare that you see schools of that caliber not have players selected. At linebacker, Jackson Brashear and Nicholas Waugh, the Sam from the Montreal Carabins, did not get taken off the board. And then at defensive back, we did not see Patrick Cumberbatch, the twin brother of last year's 5th-round pick for the Ottawa Redblacks, Eric Cumberbatch, a very athletic player. And we didn't see Trey Tomlinson, the undersized DB from Louisiana, who I think on talent alone, it was a much better player than some of the defensive backs that were selected, or Carson Sombach, who I know you were high, out of the University of Regina. And then with the specialists, there was no punter Ryan Harris from Washington State, despite his late add to the draft, or long snapper Chris Liberta or Oren Schellenberg, for that matter. Neither long snapper taken, despite the fact that some teams could look to upgrade there. And finally, we did not see either player that was taken in the NFL draft, Logan Taylor in the 6th round or Akeem Messidor in the 1st round, selected in their corresponding CFL draft they will be available to anyone if they do eventually come up to the CFL. Ben, I know I've rattled off a ton of names to you. Is there one or two that stand out?
Yeah, and all those guys are guys I had highlighted here as well, but Patrick Cumberbatch was the most surprising. I was sure he was going to be drafted. I had him 31st overall, my sixth DB. There were a ton of DBs taken today. None were him. Nicholas Waugh, Montreal linebacker. That whole Montreal defense was draftable, and I thought he was a really nice player to watch. Just a guy that always seemed to have a nose for the football and or who was carrying it and made them pay. I guess just being maybe an inch or two short might have hurt him, but I thought for sure he would be drafted. And then Carson Sambach, who you mentioned, those three guys, I really felt like would hear their names called, and I'm sure they will be joining CFL camps along with Keegan O'Neill and probably Charles Asselin might be the best like pure running back in this class, and he didn't get taken at all. That's a bit surprising. He'll end up in a camp, I'm sure. Gianni Green maybe will end up in a camp too. That's a name that I don't think you said. Long, fast, athletic DB from Guelph, who can be a contributor. And I'm really surprised at Jerome Rancourt. I had him lower than all those guys, but again, just the value that you could have gotten in a player like him who's probably going to get starter reps this year with Western. If you're willing to wait a year, why not use a seventh or eighth round pick on that guy? Rancourt, I think, is a bit of a miss, and Frangioni, like you said, a good D tackle. So, yeah, players that are still out there for teams to battle over now, and try and bring into their camps and see if they can't earn a roster spot the hard way.
The two that stand out to me, Rancourt, absolutely shocked he's not drafted. There is some dynamics at play in terms of the roster rules, and it's more difficult to bring back guys that are going back to school than it ever has been in the past. So perhaps that plays a factor into it. But we saw a short yardage quarterback in Quincy Vaughn get taken in the second round a year ago.
Yeah.
And I think Rancourt is at least as good at short yardage as Quincy Vaughn is, but he does not get taken at all in this draft. That to me is a big question mark. And then I got to give a shout out to my boy, Natale Frangione. I get the limitations, short armed, small. He was hurt at the combine, did not test well at his pro day as a result of the hamstring injury. But the quality of his tape, I think, was better than a number of the defensive linemen that were taken. He's got the flexibility to play fullback, and I think he would work like a dog for any team willing to bring him in. I would not be surprised if he gets a UDFA offer and potentially punches above his weight class because of his attitude and commitment. So that was a surprise that he wasn't taken in the later rounds. With that, Ben, we'll wrap up after 4 hours and 20 minutes of coverage. I will say one last thing, like I do every single year, and that is that we've said a lot of positive things about players. We've said a lot of negative things about players. None of it matters. It doesn't matter if you were taken in the first round. It doesn't matter if you were taken in the 8th round or if you were taken not taken at all. It does not matter if I thought you were a reach. It does not matter if I thought you were perfect value. Same goes for Ben. What matters is what you do next. So the players who got CFL opportunities today or who will get them in the coming days, keep your feet on the ground, put your nose to the grindstone and take advantage of this opportunity. And don't let any of us here in the media or anybody in one of those team rooms tell you what you can or cannot do. You determine that for yourself. So with those sentiments, we'll sign off here from the 3 Down Nation live draft show. Thanks for tuning in and sticking with us through all the picks and all the technical difficulties on the behalf of the CFL. We'll be back here next year. You can guarantee it. As always, thank you and good night.